So this is day 2 of our staff development 2022-2023. Welcome back. We have a great day put together for you. This is actually, I think, the most important day of the information period. Everything that we share with you has been selectively chosen to make sure that you are prepared for the first day. What are you guys doing? Get up here. So for those of you who don't know, again, my name is Laura Cardenas and I'm the Head Start Director. I have been working in Crystal Stairs for about 9 years now. I have been in Head Start over 35 years. I have been working in early childhood education for about 40 years. Yes, I'm that old. I am, unfortunately. But one of my things, when I was a preschool teacher with LUSD a long time ago, I was recruited to be a consultant with Sesame Street. This was many years ago. So have you seen me on TV? Yes, that's me. Yes, I did a lot of shows with Sesame Street. I also did a show called The Place Around, Los Niños en Su Casa. So you'll see me on there too. And one of my jobs was to try to figure out how to best integrate the cultural aspect of our Hispanic heritage with the Americanized version in the United States. So we put together, I remember working with Sesame Street on 3 different ones that I really enjoyed. My daughters know them by heart, and this is one of them. One of them is called Work Out in a Chair. Now I've shared this with many of you before. How many of you have done this with me? Work out in a chair. No, you'll remember it when you see it right now. So I need you guys to make some room, enough to be able to spread your arms out like this. Please don't slap anybody in the face. So make sure you move your chair around because we're going to be doing a workout in the chair. Now what, you are right here. Right here in front of me. So the purpose of this particular video, we originally put it together, was inclusivity. At the time that we put this together, some of the kids that are on this video are now 20 and 30 years old. They're much older than my kids. When we helped out with this video, I didn't even have kids. And my daughters are 25 years old, so that's how old this video is. So I want to do this video with you guys, and you'll be able to move your arms, do it at your own pace. It's only a minute long. All right? So I want to see everybody do it. Okay, Mario, put it together.
Hey, Tara, how can you do aerobics in your wheelchair?
I exercise all the time. How do you think I get my arms strong enough for virtual races?
You can do exercises?
Those who don't know, my sister's blind. She's 30 years old, and that's how I got involved. She's like my daughter. She's one of her best friends.
Wait.
Everybody grab a chair. Here's one for Derek. Sammy has one, and Claire has one. And so does Kenji. Hey, where do you have a chair?
I got this.
Okay, you take Tara? Great! Now we're going to work the top half of our bodies. And you can join us with our chair exercises too if you want to. Ready? Everybody stand nice.
Everybody, put your hands out. Follow her instructions.
Put your arms up here. can do it the other way. Let's do it tomorrow. You can do it today. Yeah, work out in the chair. Very good. It's a workout in the chair.
Come on, now. Good.
You can do it anywhere. A workout in the chair. It's a really bird. Now snap your arms like a bird with wings.
Hey, I'm a bird with wings.
Let your body swing. Isn't it fun and isn't it rare? You're doing a workout in a chair. You got it. A workout in a chair. Out
In, out.
It's a workout in a chair. Stretch out. You can do it anywhere. A workout in a chair. All right. Workout. Let me see you guys again. Good. You guys have ripped it up. All right, Peter. Now clap your hands up over your head. Do it in your chair. Don't do it in your bed. Keep on.
Come on, I know.
Come on, here we go. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go. Work out in the chair. Round it down. It's
Not yet.
yeah. You can do it anywhere. Work out in the chair. You guys are ready. Work out.
Hey, all right, everybody. Woo. Everybody wake up.
Shake out.
All right, you tune it up now. Thank my managers up there. Yay! So in an effort to try to get you guys awake this morning, I thought about that as my daughter reminded me of my time with Sesame Street many, many years ago. Today we have a full packed agenda for you. Again, I want to thank for anybody here who was not here yesterday. Okay, we have 2 people. So I'm going to ask our supervisor to bring him up to date with yesterday, and I also want you guys to get the paperwork that we were supposed to sign yesterday to them. I'm going to get back on the stage. Alrighty. All right, some housekeeping things. Phones. So today we do have a lot of conversation and a lot of information to give out to you. I do expect your participation, but I want your phones on silent. All right, so for today, please put your phones on silent. We will be using them. Next slide. Next. All right, so yesterday we had a full day of information for Crystal Stairs. There are 3 things that I want to make sure you get before we go into our agenda for today. You have 3 documents that we've given you. What is one of them that's on your table? We have given you the partial program guide. So it's a black and white version because there are 50 pages actually that we'll be sharing with you today. But today it's just the essential information. And I'll let you know why it's only partially there, because we are still in the middle of making sure that we update it. And there's a lot of changes I'm going to share with you. What's another document that you have on your tab? The flyer! And he said, Joseph, we're going to go over that with you this afternoon. You don't have a flyer. All right, raise your hand, you don't have a flyer. All right, Anissa, give him a flyer. Okay, and there's one more, a new version of a folder that we have for you. You got it? All right, so open it up. So yesterday, Jackie came up here and shared with you a little bit about all of the program services that we have at Crystal Stairs. You have to remember, we are so comprehensive at Crystal Stairs that you can probably find anything. For children's services from ages 0 to 12, sometimes 15, pregnant women, any of those services, we can support them there. So I'm going to ask Mario to bring up the program guide. Of your book and inside of your guide, you will see this flyer. It is specifically important to me that you know what this is. So I want to invite those people who are brand new to stand up. Stand up if you've been with us less than a year. Stand up if you've been with us less than a year. Wow, thank you so much for making the year. Wow, and some of you, now stay standing if you have been with us less than a month. Wow, well, welcome, all those of you that are brand new. Welcome, welcome. Now, you're probably saying, well, why is this so important to Laura? Well, because many of my staff don't really know what we do at Crystal Stairs. Not only do they not know the mission statement, but the variety of services that we provide. So I'm going to ask, let's see, one of my coordinators. How about Michael? Michael, what is one thing that Crystal Stairs does that's not Head Start?
Subsidized childcare.
Subsidized childcare. Well, would you believe yesterday after we mentioned it, somebody said to me, what is it? What is subsidized childcare, Michael?
Crystal Stairs pays a portion of childcare for working families.
Yes. That's where almost 4,500 children a year get service from the ages of birth through 12, through subsidized childcare, to over 12,000 family childcare partners that we have in the community. So our families who are in need of childcare are able to connect with us with that. So if you don't know what subsidized childcare is, that's what it is. How many of you received subsidized childcare from Crystal Stairs at some point or another? Some of us grew up with it, right? Some of us grew up with it. All right, what's another service, Seneca?
Resource and referral program.
The resource, and what do they do?
It provides families with top-notch resources. It provides them with help that they need. We can get them child care. We can get them health services. We can get them housing. We can get them any type of resources that we're looking for.
Exactly. So all of these children that we service in the other programs, they get all of the services. And they support our providers, our partners, sometimes private centers, sometimes our family childcare homes. So I want to make sure you guys know that, because guess what? We are expanding our partnerships. And we'll talk about that in a little bit. What is another program that we have? I'm going to ask Joseph to help me with that one.
We have Community Voices.
What is Community Voices?
Community Voices is the California effort to get parents their information about advocacy, know their rights, know how bills are made, know how bills are passed, advocate for additional child care funding, and basically they're thinking.
Exactly, and so I need you to understand that Crystal Stairs is just much more than Head Start. And that when a family enters into our program, we open the door for all of these things. We're very integrated in several services, including what we call Health Outreach Program, which is a program where we promote those families who are in need of health care. We also promote what's called the Parent Support Services Program. And this is, to give you just an example, every Friday, once a month, we have a video for families that are not even Head Start. And we read to our families who are not in Head Start. And so we promote to over 1,000 families every year. We invite them to several different community events. And these are just not Head Start families. These are all the families at Crystal Stairs. And so the reason this is important for us, this time more than any other year, is that we are now in a position where childcare, early childhood education has changed in California. And there's a lot more opportunities for families to go to. There's a lot more choices. And I need you to be aware of what we do at Crystal Stairs, because when you're going to be out there sharing our services with Crystal Stairs, one of the benefits of being part of Crystal Stairs Head Start is that all of this comes with it. And families don't know that. And so I've given it to you in 3 different ways. Open up the folder that I've given to you. It's on the side pocket. And I am going to tell you the artist that put together. He's over there behind the camera. Say hi, Isaac. Everybody say hi. Good morning to Isaac. He has been, I'm not going to tell you, he has been the caveat on how much we put out there so much. I am so impressed with the ability to be able to do what we're doing now. And so please take a chance, time to look at that. When parents ask you, well, what does Crystal Stairs do? Who will be able to talk about it? Raise your hand. Everybody should be able to talk about it. But if you still need to know what we do, please contact your coordinator, a site supervisor, or even contact me. And I'll be more than happy to help you understand what you can share with families. All right? All right, next slide. Mario, next slide. All right, so yesterday we talked about the Crystal Stairs core values. What are they? Please repeat after me. Excellence. Excellence. Relationship. Relationship. Integrity. Integrity. Empowerment. Empowerment. Now, those words mean something to every single person that's here. And today, we're going to put them into action. And so we've given you a copy of the core values that we reviewed yesterday with Jackie and the rest of the EM team. And today, we're going to give you a little bit more about what they mean to be for us in Head Start. Next slide. So, one of the things I want to give you an update on is our current status on Early Head Start and Head Start. So our mission, what is our mission? Renita, what's our mission? So that is our Crystal Stairs mission. And one of the things that Jackie told you yesterday was that we are the direct services for the agency. We're the ones who make it happen for the children and families that we service. And so what's our vision in Head Start? I'm going to ask Terry. Terry, can you read the vision that's on there? So that is a vision. Everything that we do here, and you're going to be talking about today, is quality early childhood education. We don't have mediocre care. We don't do babysitting. We also have comprehensive services. Everything that you just saw, plus everything you're going to hear about this afternoon. But one of the things that has changed in the last, I'm going to say 2 years, is that in California, we have grown in the services for early care and education, which I'm going to share with you in a bit. And as a result, we in Head Start have to accommodate ourselves to what the community is changing. How many of you remember Azteca Head Start? Those of you who have been in here for a long time. Or Charles Drew, or Kedron, or what's another one that's no longer with us? Federation. TRF. Right? So one of the challenges of a nonprofit like us is that when a nonprofit settles between what they do, they don't change to meet the needs of the community. Where we're in Crystal Stairs, we don't do that. We are the first ones to make the change to meet the needs of the community. And as our governor has expanded the services for early childhood education, we have also had to modify the type of services. We've had to look at how we provide services in the community and what is needed. And I'll share with you in a little bit some of the self-assessment information that we have. But one of the reasons that we're doing that is because the need for preschool services has diminished. Why? Why has the need for services for 4 to 5-year-olds, why has it lessened, Aisa? Where's my Aisa? Why has it lessened? Why do we need to provide less 4 and 5-year-old services? TK and pre-TK. So as a result, we've been evaluating every grant, every community. We've been looking at every city to determine what the numbers are, and you'll see our numbers are less. We are going to be servicing, and the goal for this year would be 1,422. So we were at 1,438, it is now less. Because we focus more on quality, not quantity. That's what we do. And so the challenge about that is that we're constantly looking at the services that we have. And so I will tell you that I can foresee within the next 5 years that probably going to 1,000. And services moving towards a younger community, birth to 3. All right, so why is that important for us? Because we also have to prepare ourselves, our mind, our curriculum, our materials, everything for those kinds of changes as we adjust to meet the needs of the community. All right, I need somebody to change the pages. Where'd he go? All right, Jasmine, and somebody else. Here we go. All right, so I want to go over the program options with you. We will have 4 program options this year. The 4 program options are, and where's Melba? There she is. LaShawna will be walking in a little bit. We will have Center Base, which is everything you guys already know and do so well. We will also have Family Child Care Homes. And for all my CDSs, raise your hand. You are vital. Thank you so much for doing what you do. Our center-based partnerships are going to be in your hands as we grow and expand for that. We're also going to be doing home-based services. How many have ever done home-based? Woo! All right. Well, for those of you who don't know, in 1992, I was challenged. That was my first time in Head Start, by the way. 1992. And they gave me a box and they said, here, you're going to be the first home-based program in California. I had no idea what home-based was. I had the largest home-based program with MAOF from 1992 to 1995 when it exploded. It is a great program. We're going to let you know a lot about it. And as you heard Kim, we got a lot of things in place. You guys ran it really well last year. We're just going to grow on that. So, for those of you who don't know what home base is, I'm going to let Terry at the site level let you know, for those of you that will be operating it. But basically, it's a weekly service for those children who can't come to the center of 2 hours, and the socializations twice a month. And so they will continue receiving quality services for those children. Okay, I'm going to close out this particular one, and now we're going to go into the Head Start priorities. So, as you look at the program guide, I'm also going to ask you to take out your pen because you're going to write out some notes for me. All right? So, let me close this out. Who is the person who's spent the most time in Head Start? Stand up if you've been in Head Start for 20 years. 20 years. Wow. All right, stay standing. Stay standing. Some of you stay standing. Now, I want you to stand up if you've been in Head Start for 30 years. 30 years. Okay. Now, she's been in Head Start working with kids for 30 years. Wow. Now, some of you have been doing other programs. Yes. You do? Come on. 32 years. Oh my gosh. Now, yes, I'm 32 years. 30. That's a long time. Stay right here. No way. Head Start is actually a very small community. If you probably work in Head Start, you'll probably meet a lot of people at the same time over and over. Now, some of you also were in a time where early child education exploded. And some of you have been in early child education in other programs other than Head Start longer than that. Right, Renita? How many years have you been working in early child education? How many years have you been working with children? Come on. Connie, come on. Come here, Connie. Some individuals here, these wonderful ladies, and gentlemen, have dedicated their entire career to the services of young children. Whether it was in state preschool, some of them even had their own family child care home at one time. But they've been doing child care, state preschool, sometimes other types of programs. Like me, I started in a program called School Readiness SRLDP, which was way back when. Now, if she spent 32 years, and every year she has had 20 kids in her care, how many kids did she influence? I want somebody to tell me how many kids has she been able to influence? How many years? 27 years. How many? How many? 27. And on an average year, 20 kids under her care. Multiply that. I need somebody to multiply that. 20 times 27. How many years? 30 times how many? 20. So 30 times 20. I want to know if you guys can tell me how many families she has had to influence. And how many? 40! 40 years dedicating her life to this. And every year 20 kids. Let's just, and again, this is on average. So let's go back and see how many families they have influenced. How many families has she influenced? Give me a number. 640? 6,040? Okay, you guys gotta do your math. All right, Joseph, take out your calculator on your phone. How many years? 32 times 20 is what? 640 children. 640 children. Some of those kids are currently doctors, lawyers. These are the people that she has been able to influence through her dedication in what she does. How many for her? 27 times 20. How many? 540. Now, I'm going to ask you, just by these two add up, 540 and 620, right? Let's go to this one. How many? 600 kids. God forbid she would have pushed them. That would have been impossible, right? But that's 600 kids who are currently, right now, with just the kids that we have here, there are probably some of them in this room. People who went through their education and the quality of services that they have because of their dedication to that. Was it you, Seneca? Were you in one of these preschools? How many kids? Over here. 40 times what? 20. 800. 800, right? So, how much? 9,000 total? So let's add them up. Joseph, do you have all of the numbers? Okay, Christina's going to do it for me. What is all of them together? Wow, 2,000 what? 2,580 families that were touched, that were educated, that were prepared for the future because of these ladies. Wow. So much for your dedication. Thank you. You can sit down. Now, why is this important right now as we start off the year? Because each one of you, and if you notice each one don't have the same kids. So in the 9 years that I've been here, we have serviced over 10,000 kids collectively. 10,000 kids. And just last year, even though we were under-enrolled, we serviced 1,040. That's a lot of kids. Those are the kids that in the future are going to be our doctors, our bus drivers, our teachers. And because of that, it is extremely important for us to realize our role and the role we play. Because we're preparing those people to take care of us in the future, right? Whether you're a teacher assistant, whether you're a teacher, a lead teacher, a master teacher, a site supervisor, we all play that role. And Head Start right now has been impacted because of COVID as a result of this. So we're now entering into a different type of era as we service children in Head Start in a different way. So I'm going to share with you the Head Start priorities that were put out in June of 2022 by our director, who is actually no longer with us. She's been assigned by the president to go somewhere else. So there's an interim director. Go ahead to the next page. So we have 4 priorities as we recover from the COVID pandemic. The first one is advancing equity. One of the things that we have clearly found out through the pandemic, like you heard Jackie say yesterday, is that there's a great disparity between our black and brown people and those of other color. And as a result, services for children who are black or brown are highly diminished. We saw that in the care through COVID, and it became extremely evident that we need to address this. We also, Head Start, another priority for Head Start, is reaching children and families. Our enrollment has significantly dropped. not only in our program, but across the nation. And so the question is, where are these kids? And why can't we reach them? The next thing that we've definitely the COVID has, as we recover, Head Start is moving towards, is investing in the workforce. How many of you have seen the news in regards to many people leaving the education field to do something else? Yet their heart and the desire to be who they are is in education. But as a result of the economy, which is at this point 8% higher than it was last year, did you know that? We're paying 8% higher for everything now than we did a year ago. And so one of the things that we're working very hard towards is to balancing that, so that people don't have to leave what they love. And you saw those people up here who do it for 40 years, dedicating their life to the services of children. And last but not least, focusing on pandemic recovery. And what does that mean? That means rethinking what we used to do to try to bring ourselves to what we need to do now. Leaving behind what we used to do. I'm going to let you know Head Start's not going to be the way that it used to be. You're never going to go back to a part-day 3.5-hour program. Okay? I'm going to make, I know some of you, when we left, asked me, are we going to have a part-day program again? No. So we have to move beyond what we used to do and realize that we're going to move forward, not going backward. So those 3.5-hour programs we used to have are no longer available. Why? Because the need in the community is not a 3.5-hour program. Our families need longer services. Our children get more benefit from a longer service. And that is why they've invested so much in ECE. Go to the next slide. So one of the things that I do need to let you know is about what's up there. What is that? Let's see, Christina. Can you read the title on that for me? Christina, my manager. So, I was going to wait till Lashana gets here to introduce all my managers, but Christina, say hello to everybody. She is our new health manager. And if she looks familiar, it's because, yes, she's back. And although Rashana and the team have been doing a great job, they now have the help that they need. Thank you guys for putting up with all the last year. All right. So one of the first things that I need to let you know the priorities is that the vaccine is out for young children. And there's a lot of misconception. How many of you have children under the age of 3? Yeah, we have a few. How many of you have grandchildren under 3? We have some fathers over there in the corner. And there's a lot of questions about the vaccine. Our job is to let them know that it's there. We cannot influence whether or not they choose to give it to them or not. That's really a personal choice. But what Head Start wants us to do, and what we should do as our responsibility, is to educate them and let them know that it is here. Well, now, are we going to currently require children to come in to having the COVID vaccine? No. Until they require it, we are currently not requiring children to come in with vaccinated. Okay? Clear? All right. So Head Start has put out this flyer. This is in English and Spanish. We'll pass it out. We have to ensure families know that it's available, that it's a choice that they can make if they choose to. But we are not in the position currently to be able to push one way or another. That is a choice that they have to make. Okay? And so as a teacher, I do understand that many of you have a lot of influence over them. That is a choice you're going to have to leave with the parents. All right? Questions on the COVID vaccine? Now, it's still a requirement because of certain conditions that we currently have that an employee is vaccinated. So we all must be vaccinated, and everybody here is. All right, next slide. So there are 4 priorities that align with our priorities that Head Start has. These are the ones that we just talked about. Advancing equity, supporting program pandemic response and recovery, investing in the workforce, and reaching more children and families. As we let you know how Head Start and Crystal Stairs Head Start merge, I'll share a little bit more of what we found this last year. Okay, go ahead and the next page. So the first thing that I want you to know, and actually Terry will be sharing this with you later on, is that we are not going to be held to the class results. Yay! Now, this is particularly important because right before the pandemic, on March, right before they were scheduled to come out the week that we closed, here in our program, we were scheduled to do the class, and they did not come. We've been told that they will continue to do the class, and as a result, guess what? They're going to come to see us. Now, the class that they're going to come to do with us is not going to be held in regards to acknowledging and comparing us to other programs, but class will be measured. They will also be looking at the quality of services that we do. So Terry and the education team, education coordinators, please raise your hand. They'll be introduced a little later. Say hello to everybody over there. Terry, if they don't know you, say hello to Terry. Hey there, Michelle, you're here. Hey. Okay, so they will be spending a lot of time this year with you in increasing our ability to be able to implement class in the appropriate way. And LaShava's got a whole plan. I know the team over there has a whole coaching plan. I need you to be patient, and I need you to be flexible, and I need you to be what was the best way? Participatory. No, that's not the best way. Give me another way. Inclusive? What? Committed. Because this is our time to improving our abilities without being held responsible for it. And so please be open to all of the education, to all of the information that we're going to be giving you regarding this. All right, next slide. So the next thing we'll be working on this year, that's also priority, is our social emotional development. And we've also shared with it, I know Terry and Shauna and Melba and Aisa, and we've had a lot of social emotional issues in the classroom, don't we? What are some of the issues that we have? What are some of the issues that we have social emotional with the kids? Where is my Tej? Tej, what are some of the challenges we had last year?
Children not being used to being in that setting, so having to understand following directions.
They just are not used to being around people. They're on their phone more than they are with people. As a result, we have a lot more runners, behavioral issues, language challenges, misbehaviors, a lot of those, right? You know, yesterday we had one of your colleagues was walking in front of me, and she said, and when you guys were talking about negligent supervision, she said, one of the children who just goes and runs. I remember I had a little boy in my class, and his name was Anton, and he was a handful. Now, I had 17 kids with one TA in the school district, and what I learned is no matter how much I prepared, there was only one thing I needed to do. I needed to be by his side every hour of the day. That was just it. And as much as I did everything we talked about yesterday, it really took myself giving in to say, I just need to be there. That's it. And so if before he got on top of the, one time, he got on top of the playground way about the top, where you don't even slide. That's how he was really one of those children that I needed to be with. So what happened? When he went outside, guess where he was? Right next to me. And when he played, I was right next to him. And that was just what we had to do throughout the day. And between her and myself, we did the best we could. Now, after I think the 4th month, guess what? He realized that. And it started getting less and less my need to be present with him. He would just look at me. He was just like he was there. And all I would have to say is like, my daughters know that too, by the way. All I have to do is look at him, and he knew what he could do. But it took 4.5 months for me to be with him every single day to make sure he understood. And it was a repetition every day, what he couldn't do, what he couldn't do. So I ask you to be patient and realize sometimes you just have to invest the time So I'm not gonna go back to that because we spent so much time yesterday on that. But yes, there's a lot of emotional issues. Yes, Terry? I did not give up on him. Yes. Today he is 30 years old. Yay. Yes. And the reason I know he's okay is because I saw him in the store. And he looked at me and his mom looked at me and said, Ms. Cardenas. And I'm like, hi, who are you? He looked pretty scary actually because he got so much taller. And he said, don't you remember me? I'm Anton. And I'm like, you're who? You changed your name? So we will see them again. They may not recognize you, but those kids you just saw here, you have an influence on them and they remember you. They do, they remember you. All right, so we will be focusing on how we're going to supporting you socially, emotionally. Tej and Lashana have been working really hard to try to get to you collaborations, new trainings, behavioral approaches, techniques on, what's the other, discipline, I forgot what it's called, Ruth. Conflict, conscious discipline, different approaches. Are we going to have all the answers? No! So I need you to be patient as we give you strategies and I need you to try them. I need you to try them because that's all we can do. Like a doctor, when you go in to get some medicine and you tell him you're sick, the doctor doesn't walk in and know, oh, you got this. He's got to try things. That's what we do with people. And that's what we do with kids. We don't give up on them, and we find what works for that specific child. And so sometimes it may seem to you that we're bombarding with a lot of information. And what I'm going to say is just take the first one that you like and start there. Okay? So I'm going to leave that because I'm sure you're going to have a whole one tomorrow. Next slide. So here's one that Aisa and Joseph are going to be talking to you about this afternoon. And this is the road to recovery. We have not recovered from the pandemic. And it's obvious, as you can see, that we're currently missing 80 people still in our position, in our staff. We have, not only us, but across the nation, a lack of staff. A lack of services, and also a lack of enrollment. And so as we move forward, we have been asked by the Office of Head Start to meet full enrollment. But we can't find the kids, doesn't matter. The objective for every single Head Start is to meet the full enrollment based on what they've had in an assessment from. And so what we've been doing is we've been assessing for the past 3 months what the number of kids that are out there. So I gotta tell you, where are the kids? Where are the kids? Because we did not even reach we didn't open 16 classrooms last year. Where are these kids? Does anybody know? TK, some of them said they went to TK. Yes, we have a lot of choices. But overall, the population for children ages 3 to 5 has diminished. So there are a lot less births. There's a lot less births. The other thing is that they're moving. They're not staying within our program because families can't afford to live in the environments that we have. It's very expensive to live in California. So a lot of them are moving way out. We have a lot of transition. A lot of transition. And so children are leaving us. And so we're having to readjust for that. And so as we look at it, I want you to know that we will be asking for a reduction of the 600 children that we have in our OG grant to better suit the community. And so we will be servicing less children as we find out what age would be the best one to service. Next slide. So we have a challenge that we have to meet with the Office of Head Start. They will be counting our full enrollment and our enrollment challenges starting September of 2022. And as a result, I have asked Joseph and Aisa to come up with you because it's going to be all our responsibility to make sure our centers are full. If we have no children in our classrooms, I have no teachers on payroll. I won't need them. I won't need health assistants. I won't need FSAs. Because everything is contingent. So our job and what we do is contingent on the families that we have. And so it is going to be imperative that all of us work together to try to get families who are out there to our services, that they know what we do, that they know we're the best ones to do what we do, and that we're the best choice for them. Next one. Okay, so let's see, no, this is the COVID. All right, so I wish I could say that COVID is over, but even right now, what is the variant that we're currently fighting? How many variants have we had? I think we're like number 5 or 6. Right now it's B5 or B4, right? Every time there's a variant, it has attacked us very differently. And you know, when the first pandemic came out, and Dr. Fauci came out and he said, oh, everybody's going to get it. I looked at the news and I said, oh, he's ridiculous. Now I believe him. When they first said, oh, we're going to shut down, I said, oh, we'll be back at work in a month. And we took a year. As a result, I want you to know that these challenges will still happen. And I wish I can tell you that I know how we're going to respond. I can tell you we have a plan. And every time that we've had an issue at a specific location, Terry, LaShawna, and our ed coordinators have been addressing it the best they can at that particular location. But will we have all the answers? No. We're going to do the best we can, prepare to knowing that there's still going to be variants out there, and we're going to have some classes that are going to be affected. It's just going to be less. Right before we left, how many classes did we continue to have closed? Kim, who's on her laptop.
She was asked to do something for mom.
So right before we left, and I was worried about this because I was afraid that these children and families were not going to participate in the end of the year ceremonies that they had so invested so much time in. How many classes were affected by COVID when we left? 4. There were 4 classes that they were quarantined during that time. I think a couple of them at the last minute came back. And so I need you guys to be patient and know what's going to happen. It may happen to your group on the first week. But what we're going to do this afternoon, and I'm going to ask LaShawna to come back, is remind you of all of the precautions that we have in place, that we need to continue to do and not lax on them. And know that in the office, we're not just sitting there. We're preparing, we're looking at how we can prevent them as best we can. Next one. As a result of that, we're going to invest a lot of time and money in preparing you. Whatever comes out new, we're going to help you and learn it. We're going to prepare a lot in regards to our apprentice programs. I know that LaShawna and Melba have invested a lot of time in trying to bring in new staff. It's almost there. I can see it rolling out. And the apprentice program is going to bring in new teaching staff. It's going to bring in people. We're also going, if you guys don't know, but Head Start has been putting into place the public service loan forgiveness. Anybody apply? Apply, you have to. Anybody have a student loan? If you've got a student loan and you're working at Head Start, you are eligible for that. So you need to look into that. And there is a form that we can fill out for you so that you can apply for it. But the loan forgiveness is definitely part of the Head Start. So please look into that. You want to save yourself a lot of money for that. Okay? My daughter says to me the other day, Mom, can I work for you? I said, why? She says, because they're good. They're giving out loan forgivenesses for nonprofits. I said, I know. All right, last but not least, we have spent a lot of time looking at ways to be able to retain our staff. And so look forward to the next couple of months, looking at ways on how we're looking to make sure you guys are compensated for what you guys do. And one of the things that the federal government has approved is the COLA. So it's coming. I can't wait to tell you that. I'm sure it's coming up soon. We'll probably hear about it in the next, I'm thinking 2 or 3 weeks. So I look forward to that. Okay, next slide. All right. There are a few things that we need to talk about here, and Joseph and Aisa have been working with Melba and Isaac and Keo, who are not here today. I will introduce you to Keo today. There are a few things that we've been investing on, and you'll see some of them. One of them is our community outreach. One of the things we found out through our community needs assessment is that there are a lot of nonprofits, a lot of resources out in the community, and they don't know who Crystal Stairs is. And so it has been our mission within the last 6 months to get out there and let everybody know what Crystal Stairs is. That includes all of the schools, doctors, clinics, dentists, and we're going to need everybody here to help us spread out the word. We've also expanded our marketing, and so thanks to Isaac, we have a lot of material that you will see, and I'm going to show you some of it out here, making sure it's getting out there, because we want to promote ourselves. We want to let people know that we're here, that we're open, that we have quality services, and that we're ready for them. All right, next slide. All right, mask. So I'm going to ask Melba. Where's Melba? Melba, where are you? There you are, Melba. What is the requirement about the mask for Head Start?
That is required both inside and outside. That we continue to wear the mask and protect not only ourselves,
So regardless of the county ordinance, the federal mandate stands. For all of us in Head Start, we will continue to wear a mask because we service children, the most vulnerable. Okay? I don't know how else to explain it, right? You have to wear a mask. You have to wear a mask. I'm up here so I can do that. All right, let's go ahead and, oh, we talked about this one already. Let's go to the next slide. Okay, so let's see. Maria, read that for me. Who's in the back talking to Kim?
Nobody did it. There's a story about 4 people named everybody, somebody, anybody, and nobody. There was an important job to be done, and everybody was asked to do it. Anybody could have done it. Nobody did it. Somebody got angry about that because it was everybody's job. Everybody thought anybody could do it, but nobody realized that everybody wouldn't do it. Consequently, it wound up that nobody told everybody, so everybody blamed somebody. But still nobody did it. That's a tongue twister, John.
And everybody here, and nobody is here, and somebody is here, and we're all here. And one of the things I want to remind you of is that we had a question come up earlier, right before you guys left, from our EMT, who visited some of the sites requiring children to wear a mask. And Shauna was put on the spot, and they asked us, are children supposed to wear masks? And Shauna said, yes. But when we went out to the centers, it wasn't a practice that they saw across the board.
Wow.
So I'm going to ask LaShawna to tell you what the regulation is. LaShawna, are kids supposed to wear their mask? Eating or napping is the only exception. So when we go out to the classrooms, whether they're outside, whether they're inside, hear that?
Yes.
And I don't want anybody that somebody didn't get it and nobody didn't say it and whatever it is. That means everybody in every classroom, whether they're inside or outside, except when they're sleeping and eating. Right, Terry? Any comment? All right. Now, are we challenged with that? Absolutely. That doesn't mean we don't enforce it. Children will be children. We just keep enforcing it. But when somebody comes up to you and says to you, are kids supposed to be wearing masks? What are you guys supposed to be doing? Yes. Yes. Because somebody told you, and you're not a nobody. Right?
Right.
All right. Any last thoughts on that one, ladies, before I move on? No? I'm looking at the two. You good? All right. Next slide. Okay. I want you also to know that we will be redesigning our website. I'm so excited about that. And on there, just so you guys know, we have completed, thank you Isaac, thank you so much, our 2021 and 2022 annual report. Yay! It really shows how much we've been doing over the last year. Now, I want to remind you that the 2021 and 2022 year is from January to December. So it really doesn't match. It crosses 2 program years. So it's a little different, the numbers are a little off. But it will be available for all of you to see. It tells you all of the hard work all of you have done. And when I mean all of you, it means yes, health, nutrition. It talks about our enrollment. It talks about our class results. And so it will be available for you to see it. Once the website's up there, I will let you know when it gets up there. But it is available for you guys to see it too. Okay, next slide. So let me tell you a little bit about our self-assessment. And I'm going to ask, let's see, Rashonda, how much time did we spend on our self-assessment at the waterfall room?
A long time.
A long time. We spent days preparing, and what we do at the end of every year is all of my coordinators and all of the rest of the team, they put together what happened for the last 12 months. And we look at all of the data. It took a month to prepare, and it usually takes 8 hours just to get to the top of it. Rashonda and the team, the consultants, Joseph, Aisa, Terry's team, whether or not we met our school readiness goals, they spend a lot of time analyzing it so that we can prepare what we're going to do coming up. So I want to give you just the high-level things of what we found. One of the things that, and like I shared with you earlier, is we service 1,046 children. That's still a lot of kids. And you see the numbers up there. This was, I think it's actually a little slightly higher now because this was before the end of June. And so the numbers are slightly higher, but this is as of June, was it 27th, right? We did it June 27th. So we have put together all of the data, and in the self-assessment, I also shared with the team the survey that I gave you guys at the event we had in the Maya Hotel. And we got a lot of information from you. And I want you to know we spent a lot of time dissecting it. Some of you had concerns about we need more staffing, and so we're addressing that. Some of you had some issues about our substitutes. We're addressing them. We got it. Some of you had issues in regards to we needed more time to do paperwork. So they've invested a lot of time in the last 4 weeks looking at the processes that we've had. So I want you to know that the surveys that you complete, we look at. We look at them, we dissect it, we analyze it, and so your feedback has been looked at. And we have a laundry list of things that we will be working on for the next 12 months. Part of that self-assessment also included a survey for parents. We included the staff survey, a lot of data analysis, and we have developed the objectives that you will hear this afternoon. Next slide. So one of the things that we do need to get out there is information regarding our program. So a lot of you, how many of you have Twitter? Anybody follow Twitter? Facebook? Raise your hand. Come on, we talked about it yesterday. Instagram? TikTok? I am going to ask you, you guys know people who have children who are of age. We have a lot of resources we put together. We'd like you guys to share them. We have them available. Next slide. How many of you have seen this? Oh, raise your hand. Yay! We put together, that was an endeavor that Aisa and Isaac, but if you have not seen our bus signs, you haven't seen our bus signs?
No.
Yeah, look, yeah. If you haven't seen them, you better pull your eyes up, because when I go drive through down to Rosecrans or Compton Boulevard, I see them. I see them. So I know they're there. We have how many, Aisa? We have 50 bus signs out there. Now, this is working. It is working because we have a lot of families who are calling us. And so I'm going to ask you to answer the phones at the centers, to take the information of families who are coming to the doors of the sites. I know that it takes away, and FSAs cannot possibly do it by themselves. So we have spent a lot of time getting our information out there, and so please help us get the information in. Joseph will tell you a little bit about how to do it, but please, 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 don't let our efforts of getting the word out go in vain. Next slide. What is this, Aisa? Isaac? What is that? So the Office of Head Start has put together a lot of information. We have made it for us. These are available for you to be able to post in your Facebook. You can use them in your Instagram, put them out in your social network to get us the words out. We have 4 different ones. What's the next slide? We have 4 that we put together. You see our little kids up there? Aren't they great? Thank you, Isaac, for doing that. Yay! He's been putting together all of these. And they're great. And so I need you guys to share them. There will be a bit, I'm going to have Aisa put out a link. So where we have them, so when you guys need to post them out in your own social network, you guys can put them out there. Okay? Next one. Look at this one. Isn't that great? You want the best for your children. They deserve nothing less. We offer high quality education in a safe environment. Isn't that great? So we've done a lot of time and effort in the last 12 months to try to rebrand ourselves. And as you can see, families will look at us now and say, oh, I want to go take my child over there. Right? Next one. But we've done a lot more. And as a matter of fact, today is a big day for us. A big day for us because, and I'm going to give you reasons why. Because although we've had all this savings from all these children, we've had to figure out how to best bring families to an environment that's much more inclusive and representative of what our community deserves. So we have spent a lot of time painting. Our centers look beautiful. And we even kept our site supervisors over the summer break to help us out with that. And today, what's happening today, LaShawna? Furniture.
So all the furniture you used to have will be removed and replaced with brand new Lakeshore. Furniture Lakeshore is the special delivery. We have 38 classrooms. We have the early Head Start classrooms. They're going to come in December just because I couldn't do it all at once. But every classroom is going to get is getting brand new furniture. This week, actually starting today, that's why you don't see the maintenance crew. They're over there trying to make ready for each of the classrooms. So that's exciting, right? Yeah.
So to us, we want to take everything that we've had and say, we put it back in the classrooms, put it back where the kids are. So we've invested a lot of time, and we've been looking forward to this day for the last 4.5 months. So new furniture, I can't wait for you guys to get it out there. Have new things for you guys. We have new laptops, new desktops. That's what it was, right, Mark? They're new desktops. And we have a lot of...
And it's all white gloves, so you don't have to move a furniture. It's all designed. Lakeshore did their own design. They did white gloves, and they're setting it up for you as well. So you'll have set up classrooms when you know you can go in.
What is white glove? That means somebody else is coming in to set it up for you. And they're going to take the trash with them. So if they don't, they call LaShawna. All right. So what else are we investing on? We are investing in establishing community relationships. And like I shared with you before, Joseph and Aisa and Keo have been working really hard to making sure that in our community, everybody knows about us. But I need your help. So if you got, how many of you live in one of the zip codes that we have? All right. So if you live there and you know of a collaboration, church, information, please email Joseph and Aisa and let them know that you're willing to share our information with them. Okay? Or that you want us to make contact with them. We want our community to know that we're there. We will also be servicing and moving towards younger children. Yes, Aisa? Oh, the mailer! Oh, I thought you do that. Yeah, I did get it. I got the mailer. Did anybody get the mailer? We got the new mailer out. In the mail, we put out to every zip code, every household with children, based on the demographics of the census, and we send them a flyer. So please look out for it in the mail. I did get it. I did get it for that. So please make sure if you didn't get it, Aisa, we'll let you have some to be able to give those out too. Younger children, yes, we will be moving towards letting younger children know that we are providing them services. Last year, unfortunately, we had a lot of young children that weren't able to get into some of the services that we have for a lot of reasons. And so I want you to know, like you heard LaShawna say earlier, we're moving towards investing more on infant and toddler furniture. We're going to be partnering with our family child care homes to service younger children and our private center-based partners. And so we'll also be working on training some of you on how to service and adjust to servicing younger children. Home-based partnerships we talked about already. Pregnant women, yes, there will be a move because the sooner we can get to the parent, the better, right? And so we're going to be outreaching to pregnant women in the future. And then, of course, we will be investing in you, in staff, in many, many ways. All right, next slide. All right, not this one. Take this one down now. Okay, so now we'll do this one in the afternoon. Let's go to the program guide. Now I'm going to hand it over to LaShawna and Melba, who are going to go through not this one, the other one. Go to the next, the one that they have. Down at the bottom. Okay, there we go. We left it here. All right, to go over the calendar, I'm going to give, who was it? Who's going to do it? Oh, Melba. Melba's going to go over the calendar that's in your guide. Now, we are expected to open before all of the schools, and that was done strategically. Will we have all of the children? No, but we will be open.
All right, just real quick, this is what's going to guide us this year. Our calendar is new to those of us who's new to the agency, but our veterans, you are pretty familiar with the calendar. Just want to reiterate, it tells on there, the black indicates the first day of classes, which will be August 8th, and the last date is June 29th. So, which is LaShawna's birthday on June 29th. So we're going to have a ding of a time. We're going to celebrate the children leaving and then also her birthday. All right. So as you look at it, unfortunately the one that you have is black and white. If you look at the one here, the blue indicates staff development days. So we always put into our calendar time for staff. We can spend quality time with staff and get some real good training and updates there. So staff development days are in the blue. Half day for children is very, very important that you all notate those days and remember them because we need to inform the parents that these are half days and they need to make appropriate arrangements. So all those that are in that little teal green color is our half day for children. And one of my favorite days are holidays. Am I the only one that looks for the holidays? Thank you. I think the gold indicates our holidays where we are paid. So that's even another plus. So our holidays are in the gold. Winter and spring break, which I look forward to also, is in the green. So you see our winter break starts December 19th. Up to the 29th, and we come back on the 2nd of January. So that'll be our first winter break, and then in the spring break, you see that is in April. All right, no service days means there are no children there those particular days, and that is in the gray. So no service Day, we're not there, some of us are here, but the center staff is not in session on the grade days. And then it just tells us in the red, just the number of service days that we have for that particular month. And I know there's one correction on the 7th, for August, there's actually 18 instead of 17 days.
Well, that actually isn't an error, because on the 8th, the objective was really to do parent orientation, so that parent orientation.
Okay,
So it's not an error, we did plan for 17 days on that.
so the parent orientation day on the 8th, so that's good to know. So we know on the 8th of August, we're actually parent orientation days. All right, anything else?
Okay,
Any
next
questions?
There is one thing that I should have, CCP starts dating and dating.
All right, so for, I was trying to find it up there. Under the book, thank you. For the Head Start Child Care Partners, the first day is actually August 8th. August, where am I at? Oh, okay, it needs to go down one, you're right. I was thinking the reverse day, so August 1st, which was yesterday, my birthday. Who celebrated with me yesterday? Everybody did, we all celebrated. All right, so they started yesterday, then the last day for the CCP will be July 31st, so that's just a couple of days after weekend for the regular Head Start program. And then you see all the holidays listed in the gold there, all of our holidays, and then the staff development days, mentioned earlier, those are the specific dates that's listed as snapshots that you have there in your calendar. All right, so anything else?
So I do want to let you know that we planned for 1,632 hours. However, the requirement for the Head Start is 1,200. No, 1,020. So we're way above the number of hours that we're requiring for children. Making sure everything is. Let's go to the next slide. All right, Michelle, you want to do this one? Thank you, Deb, for doing this one for us.
Okay, so this is our new service map. How you guys like it? Good? Nice and colorful. Jeff, you did this for us. It's beautiful. Okay, so the areas in the hot pink is the early Head Start service areas. Those are the zip codes. So when you're recruiting for families, when you're thinking about, you're talking to your nieces and your nephews and they want to know where their kids can go, you can use this to show them. This is the area where you can get family child care and get Head Start services there. Okay? So then you have the dark blue area, that's the Head Start, early Head Start service area. That's our NG area. And then we have the Head Start service area beyond. It's still hot pink, but that's our, because it's also CCP, but that's our OG. OG stands for Original Grant. I had somebody say old grant. No, it's original grant. Okay. And then on the side, down at the bottom, that's all of our service areas broken down by city. You guys see that? Down into this whole map, that I believe is Crystal Stairs service area, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So the whole map shows all of the codes in Crystal Stairs at large. Okay? Any questions? All right, we find that your first guy.
We covered Catalina Island.
Yeah.
Child care. We do have an office in Long Beach. Family services, meaning family services subsidized child care, has an office in Long Beach. So you know that. So the reason this is important, like I said to you, is I want parents to know that we do more than Head Start. Especially if you want to bring new families in forward. Just like I said earlier. All right, next slide.
All right. What's this split? What's this tell us? What's that tell us? Our sites. Anybody know anything different about that site? Chief? There's some temporary closed sites. Which ones? Osborne and San Pedro. San Pedro because why? New. We're still building San Pedro. We're still working on that. Osborne, why? we're growing out of the barn. We're gonna have 4 classrooms there, and a beautiful yard. So that should be happening. That's actually starting already. All right? So if you, for your reference, this is one that I always keep very close, right? Because you're always looking for license numbers, addresses, phone numbers, all in one place. All right? All right.
Next slide.
And here we are.
Bring him up.
That's a lot of people, right? Bring them up? All right, so here's the list of your admin staff, okay? So starting with Laura, myself and Melba, we have a new health manager. Health manager, will you stand up? Anybody recognize this girl? I know you saw her yesterday. Okay. This is Christina Gonzalez. She was here before, right? You guys remember her? And she's back. She's back. We're happy to have Christina back. Okay, she's our new health manager. And then we have a vacancy in health coordinator. We have Rashonda Dawson, our health coordinator. We have our CACFP coordinator, nutrition coordinator now. Aurelia, you know Aurelia, she's been bumped on up. All right, and then this is the mental health coordinator. Disability mental health specialist, Jacqueline Garcia. We have another disability mental health specialist, and that is Terry Sinclair. I'm sorry, Terry Malubeta. Come on up. Don't be shy. Nursing manager, Alisa Cano. Coordinator, but we have our Ashley Watson nursing coordinator. Family services manager, Joseph Coras. Come on up. 2 family engagement coordinators, we got Seneca Woods and Michael Davis. We got our compliance coordinator, Raymond Comer. I use a whole name. Okay, you're not here? Okay, facilities maintenance supervisor was in this Pinion Lakeshore furniture right now, so here they can't make it. Education manager, Terry Johnson. And here are EC Court. We got Ruth Molina, Kendra Carter, Maria Garcia Barr, Michelle Guadalajara, Donna Lopez. Michelle bumped on up. She's coordinator now. All right, child care partnership manager. Not vacant. We have Maria Gloria Gonzalez is still with us. Although she will be leaving us in a few 2 weeks, right? We're sad about that. So we're looking for a manager, but Gloria Gonzalez here, thank you. Services coordinator, Adam Stevens. Comprehensive services coordinator, Adnan Reyes Gonzalez, and Simone Calise. We have 2 EC coordinators, Norma Sagastume. Ava's not here. And we have our data coordinator, Mario Sagastume. Your leadership team. This is the team that's here to support you. Well, who knows what kind of leadership Head Start believes in? What kind of leadership? Anybody know? Servant leadership. What does that mean? Does it mean that you work for us or we work for you? We work for you. So here are your servant leaders for our Head Start program. You guys give them a applause. We're here to serve you.
Because we have so many leaders, and some of them which we have grown and professionally developed, we have spent a lot of hours this summer preparing this team to serve you. How many hours do you think we've spent training you guys? 40 hours. 8 hours a day, from From 8 o'clock in the morning to 5 in the afternoon, we've invested a lot of time. And so I want you to know that these people have shown their dedication by the amount of time, and they have graduated the Head Start leadership training this summer. All right, everybody, let's have you guys have a seat. They are ready to serve you, like Shauna said. Let's go on to the next slide. And we're going to be taking a little break right now before we come back and close out with our some of the BY supervise that we have. What time do we have right now? Oh, 9:54. Okay, so I got 5 minutes. Is going to be talking to you later on about supervision in regards to our BYs. And so there, I want you to know it has been updated. So please look at that before she comes out later on this afternoon and talk about that one. Let's go to the next slide. All right, so we have in Head Start have 4 goals for our entire agency. And I'm going to have Jasmine, who's been helping with this, read the first one for me. That is the first goal everybody has here. What is our second goal? Let's look at Ask Ruth, who is going over there and talking to Michelle. It's all right, go ahead, read it.
Second goal, build parents' capacity to access community resources, strengthen family partnerships, and increase family engagement outcomes.
Thank you so much. All right, Jacqueline. Yes, Jacqueline, we turn around. Read number 3. Oh, 3. So we spend a lot of time training you, and we invest a lot of money with that. Veronica, I'm sitting next to you. Read number 4. Now we have these 4 goals, but let me tell you why we have them and why you need to know them. The first one is, we have a curriculum, and since we put the curriculum in place, our school readiness goals have been fluctuating because our children are coming in at different levels, at different times. So it's been challenging, not only for you guys, but for us to track how much growth there has been when a child enters in the middle of the year, or when the child leaves, or when we close the center, or when the poor teacher got sick. And so we are investing time to making sure that we go back and track those track that information. And the quality of the services that we have. We know that the amount of time that the teacher spends with the child, or the number of days that a child spends in the classroom, really impacts their ability to increase their knowledge. And so that's one of the goals that we have, to make sure that we go back to that. The second one that we have is we know our parents need community resources. And we did an assessment this, like I said to you, this summer. And one of the things we found out is that our parents are needing food. And you're saying, food? But they get a lot of food. Well, we found out that during the COVID time, there was a lot of food banks, but they're all gone. And so our families want food. And so we're working on resources to be able to help them to get the resources that they have. We also found out, based on the assessment that we have for kids, we have a lot of children who are obese. A lot. And a lot who are what? Are underweight. And so we're keeping an eye on that. And so because of that, we want to make sure our families have the resources that they have. The other thing that we found out with our families is that we have a lot of them who continue to be unemployed. Single parents who are being challenged by a lot of the services that they're not meeting, they're not eligible for. And so we're finding ways to be able to bring the resources to them. Then number 3, we have, how many, like you saw before, we have a lot of staff who's brand new. And so we know we need to do training, we need to prepare you, and we need to give you the resources that we have available for you. And last but not least, where is Rashonda? Okay, so Rashonda, tell them a little bit about the lead. What did we find out about the lead testing for children?
So for lead, what we discovered is that parents that are on Medi-Cal are having to go to 2 different facilities in order to get a lead test. So if a parent takes off of work and takes their child to get a physical exam, the lead is not included in that facility. They have to then be referred out to a laboratory. And what we're finding is parents are not willing to go to 2 different locations for the services. It's not that they don't want to get the lead, but it's the fact that they might have to take off 2 days because they have to schedule 2 separate appointments.
So did you hear that? We're not, do you guys know why it's so important to test for lead in children? Why is it so important to test for lead?
It affects
the brain of the child.
Yes. You know she's a certified nurse, so that's why she's like that. Yes. And when there is a significant amount of lead in the child consumption, whatever it is, and there's a lot of ways of doing that, water and all of that, it affects the brain development. And the child will not be able to retain information. And so there's a lot of learning disabilities associated to that particular lead consumption. As a result, we test, and there's a requirement in the state of California to test every child for lead. But when a parent has to go out twice from their work to get the lead testing that they need, and the parent doesn't even know this, right? And imagine if they would have told you, we need to test your child to make sure that he doesn't have this thing in him because it's going to cause his development, then maybe we would have invested more time. But the clinics we are using in the community that we have don't have the resources to do that until they send them out. So now this parent has to take 2 days off to get this, and the child misses school twice. So we're trying to figure out how to best do that. This is the year that we've had the least amount of lead information, and so we're really concerned about that. We're going to be looking at that much more closely for that. Now, how do we get all of this done? I know we've shared a lot of this information with you, and there's a lot of things you're probably already thinking about how to do. But when we left, we talked about being mindful. And there's a video I want to make sure, right before we go into the break, and then we're going to practice. Okay? So let's take this off and put on the video that's on.
The pandemic has affected all of our lives. The COVID-19 pandemic has affected all of our lives in unexpected ways. During this time, feelings of stress, fear, and anxiety are normal, but there are simple steps you can take to help relieve these feelings. Take deep breaths. Slowly inhale and expand your stomach like a balloon. Then slowly exhale and deflate the balloon. These deep breaths calm you and slow your heart rate. Practice mindfulness. Instead of worrying about what's going on in the world or what might happen in the future, focus your attention on the here and now, noticing the sights, sounds, and smells around you and what you're feeling in your body. Focusing on the present moment can reduce anxiety. There are many mindfulness apps available. Turn off the news, put down your phone, and go outdoors. Whether it's going into your backyard or walking around the block, getting outside and limiting media for as little as a few minutes can help reduce stress. Be kind to yourself and express gratitude. Every night before you go to sleep, think of 3 good things that happened that day and write them down. This exercise has been found to increase happiness and appreciation. Remember that as we practice social distancing to ensure our physical health, maintaining our mental health is just as important.
So as we take a break, I want everybody to get out of their seat, go in the courtyard, say good morning to everybody for about 15 minutes before we get started. The next part is we have our coordinators, managers. They're going to come up and share with you all of the exciting things that they have planned. All right, everybody, let's go outside for about 15 minutes.
me a picture of yourself for my presentation. I have to put on happy. Send me something, and then send it to my Gmail. That's marketing.com. And then college. Cute. Oh yeah. That's always fun to do. My friend in Michigan, they just redid their entire yard and everything. So yeah.
Threes are acceptable. Everybody can wear the free pants. Watermelon or citrus.
Let's bring the cross. Bring back open
Except maintenance. Because those turn into shits. So capris are acceptable, you all. So I did get an update on that. Again, paperwork that you need to turn in, I'm at the back table. Question. The CPR reimbursement, if you up to $50. So if you did your CPR and you have your receipt, who am I giving those to? Which person? I mean, there's somebody I'm gonna give it to. So if you have your receipt for your CPR, you can also turn that in and you'll be reimbursed. Up to $50. Now don't go take a $200 CPR plan. Up to $50, you will be reimbursed for CPR. Education staff. That is second-base education staff. Jasmine Vasquez or I. So if you give it to me, I'm going to give it to Jasmine, or you can give it directly to Jasmine Vasquez. Reimbursement for CPR. That's all I have. Is it 6 minutes up? Yes. Laura Cardenas? We are bringing to the stage right now. Put your hands together right now, right now, right now. For Gloria!
You know, I tell Stacy, you're just like one of those comedians I love to hear her talk. There isn't one time that she has not made me laugh. So she has another side job, she's making me laugh. All right, so this is our agenda between now and lunchtime. So our coordinators and managers are going to go over their objectives, the information they found based on the self-assessment. They're going to be sharing their objectives for the next 12 months. And every area has objectives and what they have to work on. Gloria's going to go first with the team of the child care partnerships. And if you want to know the numbers, they're in your guide, so you know how many children they're servicing. Terry's going to go after that. After Terry, Joseph will come up. After Joseph, Christina, and then we're going to end right before lunch with Aisa. And then we have a whole afternoon that we have planned for other trainings. So I'm going to give it over to Gloria to introduce the team.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
We are going to be introducing you our Child Care Partnership program. And you already met our coordinators, right? This is my In our child care partnership services, we do have child development specialists, and this year our goal is to have 20 child development specialists, and we currently have already 17. So I would like to welcome all our child child development specialists to our new fiscal year. Can you please stand up? All the child development specialists. Thank you so much. And I do want to let you know that we have two new ones who started yesterday, Martina and Melissa. So welcome. You may sit down. Thank you. And in our department, because we do have a partnership, we also have to pay our partners. We do have two payment specialists who do process all the payment in our department. And that's Miss Cindy and Tyra. Can you stand up for us? Thank you so much. And we also have our program assistant who help us with all the translation in the program, Miss Rolana and Pocha. And we also have our CAS, who also assist our coordinators. We have Talia and Lorraine. Can you please stand up for us? Thank you. And now we're going to be showing it to all of you. This is all the homes that we have. We currently have 30 family child care homes that we are partnered with. And we do cover most of the 29 zip codes that we have. We do cover, but we don't have providers in all the zip codes. And we also have 6 centers that they also provide services for infants and toddlers, and they have also preschoolers. And here are the centers. Some of them you might see it, some of them are close to our other centers that we have. And now we're going to go to the next slide that we're going to be showing you our goals and objectives for this year. And first is going to be Chaban. Chaban is going to present that for us. And Chaban is our partnership services coordinator.
Good morning. So, the objectives, where do we want to get to? So, we want to increase the number of FCCH partners to 36 and the number of center-based partners to 10. We want to develop a wait list of 5 FCCHs, 4 centers who are interested in partnering with CCP. Where are we going to do? What are we going to do to get there? We're going to continue onboarding process for 8 FCCHs and 5 center-based partners that we have in progress. We're going to create a flyer to recruit an additional 8 FCCH and 5 center-based partners. And then we'll continue with our data tool to show progress. So there'll be 36 contracts executed. We are going to keep up with the progress by having provided orientation sign-in sheets, and the number of new applicants, we'll keep up with that. We submit it every month.
Hi, good morning. So I'm going to talk about EarthSpeed. Our program goal is to be at 90% across all options. Currently, I want to announce that the CCP program was at 97%. I'm excited that it's the first year, and it's awesome thanks to all our CASs and all our CDSs and everybody that assisted with that. Ashley and her team, we appreciate you guys. And our goal, like I said, is to be at 90% this year. We are going to be at 70% by November and increase 8% throughout the year. We are going to make sure that we have recruitment fairs, we have more temps assisting us in enrolling these children, making sure that we bring in the providers like Siobhan said, so we can have more children. And if you guys know any families that have children from 0 to 5, also include us, remember us. Okay, thank you.
Hello, everybody. So for family services, for our program here, we would like for to be at 30% for financial agreements that are completed. They do that at the beginning of the program. And then we also want to have 80% of the families that have the family partnership agreement process by the end of the school year. That means that all the families that have the goal will be completed by the end of the program year. Also with that, we want 20% of each month until we meet our performance standards. And we will be doing that by monitoring the timeline, coaching the staff, the providers, and the CDSs to encourage the families to create a goal that will benefit them, even if it's as small as updating the resume or getting food services from food staff, any little small thing that we can assist the families. Thank you.
Moving on to health. For the last program term, 21-22, we had a total of about 70 children who are up to date on early preventative services. Our goal for this program term, 22-23, is to have children up to 80% on the EPSCT schedule, which is the early pediatric screening, diagnosis, and treatment services. And what we're going to do to get there is by continuing to educate our parents, our family child care providers who are in direct contact with the parents on the importance of children receiving health care in a timely manner. We're also going to build partnerships with medical providers and emphasize our policies and procedures to our families, and also once we build that partnership with medical clinics, also inform them of our performance standards as well. And we're also going to strengthen our efforts by obtaining blood tests by offering incentives to our families and also our providers. And what we're going to do to show that progress is collecting ongoing physical exams for children relevant to our program. We're going to ensure that we are case noting weekly on our efforts to obtain that documentation from the clinics and from the parents. And we're also going to use our performance information report, which is our PIR. And then lastly, we're just going to utilize our health trainings sign sheets. Thank you.
Now for disabilities, in the program we were at 40.9%. We surpassed it by 4.9, so that was a big one. And then what is our objective is to maintain the number of children enrolled with disabilities of 10% and provide early intervention to all children who are at risk. And what are we going to do to get there? We're going to timely developmental screening, advocacy, referrals, early intervention services, support, transition services, and the data that we continue to collect will be child graph report, quarterly, program information report, and the ASQs online. And for mental health, overall staff providers and parents receive more than 20 hours of DMHS training that focus on increasing knowledge of social and emotional relevance in the classroom throughout the year. Throughout the year, we do train our staff, and we also we do have a monthly communication meeting with our providers, with all our partner staff from 6 to 9. Every fourth Monday of the month, and that's when we do another training for our family child provider, our center-based partners, and we were able to accomplish 20 hours. Then the objective for this year is to increase the DMHS knowledge of social, emotional relevance in the classroom throughout the year by increasing hours of training by 10% for the staff, providers, and parents. And how we're going to get there is we're going to are collaborating with MHC to support with training, observations, one-on-one coaching and assessment, referral support, continue to seek support from TASC, complete training calendar for the new program year. We also have our mental health consultant for this year will be also observing each classroom that we have in the family shelter home and also in the center-based partners. Okay? And the data that we're going to collect there is going to be child class report, quarterly, sign-in sheet, Outlook training calendar, classrooms, mental health observation report. When the mental health consultant goes to the classroom, they give us a report. And that's how we're going to be collecting. And we here at the Child Care Partnership Services, we do oversee all the content areas, but the way that is possible with us is because we are a single program. Like for example, with health, we do work a lot with the manager, and we have been working a lot with Rochanda. So thank you, Rochanda. For AirC, we do work a lot with Aisa team. So thank you so much, Aisa. And the team, and with family services, we do work a lot with Joseph team. So thank you so much. And for education, we do work a lot with Terry and her PC coordinator. So thank you. We do thank you for all the support that you also provide to our program. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gloria. Hello, everybody. Ruth, Michelle, Kim, Guadalupe, and Ruby Navarro. Come around. Thought they were going to get off easy and just sit down and watch me. Full of surprises. So, as you can see here, we have our education assignments. Here we have Lashana Grant, Assistant Director. Myself, Carrie Johnson, and then we have Guadalupe Lopez, who is our coordinator. Guadalupe, raise your hand, you guys should know her. She oversees Kimberly Hargrave, you raise your hand. Maria Lupe Navarro. And Michelle Regalado. Stars. And Ruth Molina. Southside Chapel of Peace and Crusaders. Site supervisors. I'm going to ask them to stand where they are. We made a few changes. So for Candace Barber, she will remain, continue to oversee Randall Wilbur Wonderland. Candace Bondic, she's overseeing Evergreen. Priscilla Lovely is now overseeing our Sullivan side. Wanda Lewis. However, Marina Diana will be supervising the Century location. And she's going to still remain supervisor also of Little Stars. That was for the original grant. For the NG site, Akita, I believe she's here. Akita will be supervisor of the coaching facility. Dahlia Reeman, she's Norma is the car.
Susanna Morales. She's going to still supervise. We know that Osborne is temporary closed due to expansion. Then we have our site leads. Services objectives for the new program year. Looking at data that we had as we closed out the last program year. So the first one is looking at our school readiness goals. It seems like we have been able to meet our school readiness goals every year, right, ladies? We have been successful every year. And thanks to our teaching staff, so clap your hands. To ensure that they are prepared for kindergarten. So we did in the year, again, meeting our school readiness goals for children 0 to 3 and 3 to 5. And the data that you see here was based on our winter, because at the time we were still waiting for our fall data. Not our fall data, sorry, our spring data. So we did get the data. So we're currently looking at that because our objectives now, we have to set new objectives. So what we did discover, however, is that even though the school readiness domains stayed the same, we felt we need to keep them for the next 5 years, the same domains. There were different measures that we wanted to target. For example, ATO Rate 4 for children 0 to 3. They met the school readiness goal for grade 4. So now we're identifying ATL grade 1 for children 0 to 3. And we're going to continue with SED 5, COG 11, and LLD 4. So when we have our school readiness meeting this fall, we will be looking at what our data says so we can create our school readiness goals. For children 3 to 5, the children again met the school readiness goals for AT Rate 4 and the LD 5. So we identified AT Rate 5 for children 3 to 5. And we also identified a new LD measure was LD 3. We're going to continue with LD 4, SED 5, and COG 5. So Michelle's going to read the what do we want to do to get there and what data to show progress.
So we are going to go ahead and provide training to our staff, also to our parents, because we do need parent support to reach these goals for our children. So we will be targeting certain areas and driving these points when we do have our parent meetings and opportunities to talk with them about it, so that they know what the school readiness goals are and how they can participate and help us get there through activities that we can provide to them. Through our Learning Genie, we're going to be monitoring the activities that are sent out. We're going to become more intentional with the activities that we are sending out so that we are matching our school readiness goals for our age groups. Teachers will all be provided with it. We embed them in our lesson planning, so we're just going to continue to be more intentional so we can reach these goals for our children to be prepared for kindergarten.
Thank you, Michelle. So that's our school readiness goals. Next are class goals, classroom assessment scoring system. So when we did our class for the last program year, we had a consultant. We did something different. We actually video recorded
15 classrooms. And we were able to get an external consultant to look at those videos, provide pre-scores, and they came back and they did coaching to the staff based on the scores. We are currently having talks to have those 15 videos to have post-scores, okay? So we're going to be doing that as well. But as you can see, the overall for emotional support was 5.76. And we wanted to get a 6 or more, which is the competitive. The quality score. Okay. Also, the emotional support, classroom organization, and instructional support. We want to improve our scores in those areas, even though we are above the competitive. We want to be above the quality. Okay. So that was for our original grant. A new grant, emotional support, and classroom observation scores below the quality. We were above competitive, but again, we want to be at or above the quality. So our goal is to increase scores to meet or exceed the Head Start quality threshold. And I'm going to have, because while Lupe is behind Michelle, have them switch, and she's going to read where we want to get there and what tools.
Okay. So for our classes scores, what are we going to do to get there? So we're gonna have internal and external training. We're gonna continue opening the questions in the classroom. We're gonna continue giving you the coaching and mentoring support that you need so you can enhance those teacher-child interactions in the classroom, especially in the area of emotional support. And what data tools will show progress reporting? We're going to do class observation. We're going to use the class observation tool. My Teachtone teachers, we are going to continue using My Teachtone to enhance our knowledge for teacher-child interactions. Those videos that are in there, we're going to continue with that. And then we're going to pre and post data analysis report. That means that we're going to do a classroom pre-class in the classroom, so we're going to go and then the post-data analysis will be from maybe 6 months after that, we're going to do another observation of the classroom. So be ready, we have excited, we have a lot of training, we have a lot of work to do, but we're going to make it. Thank you.
ECHRS, yay! Who knows what ECHRS mean? What is the acronym? What does it mean?
Early Childhood Environment Rating Scale.
I'm not going to let Beth answer the question. I want someone besides Beth. If nobody else raises their hand, I'm going to have to let Beth. What? Beth? Environmental Rating Scale. We also have one for infant toddlers, and it's also vectors for family home providers. For our program, we look at the scores for the ECHRS, and when we did the ECHRS for the classrooms that we did, we want to focus on subscales that have any ratings below a 5. So the two areas that were below a 5 were language and reasoning and activities. Language and reasoning is important because that also aligns with our support strategies in class. So that involves asking children those open-ended questions, allowing children to activate, so to speak, their critical thinking skills. And also activities is where, in our interest areas, we're required to have specific type of materials, quantities of materials in each interest area. And we do know with COVID, we had to minimize and make some adjustments because of COVID. Now we're trying to get back into the swing of things, trying to get a little bit of that normalcy back.
So we do know that we are going to be doing that environmental checklist when you guys get back to the classroom and seeing what materials we need. So our objective is to be able to perform classroom review to assess the learning environments and score a 5 or above in the sub-skills. So I'm going to have Kim, she graciously stepped to the front of the line. What are we going to do to get there and what data tools? Okay. So how we're going to get there, we're going to perform a classroom review. We actually have a fidelity ECHR checklist that we will be utilizing. We're also going to have site supervisors trained in the tool, so we will also be able to utilize it more effectively. We're going to, I said that. And then we're also doing materials. We want to make sure that to pass the ECHRs, we have to have the materials in the classroom. So the site supervisors are putting in orders right now, so we can make sure that when we do our pre, we'll know what we need for the post, so we can do a better score. We actually just finished our post scores with the site supervisors last school year. So again, we just want to make sure that we have the materials in place, so when we do our pre for this school year, we will be above the scale. Thank you. We've already got a jump start. I already started talking about, so a schedule will be coming out to put together a schedule so we can get some pre-scores for ECHRs. Okay. The next one is our social emotional component. So second step is implemented for children 3 to 5. Conscious discipline is implemented for EHS children. And there's consideration for possibly implementing conscious discipline across all ages, including adults. There are strategies for adults for conscious discipline. Okay, so I know the LA County has a planning group that's talking about or trying to encourage a lot of programs to implement and utilize conscious discipline. So the objective is the implementation of social emotional component for children all ages 0 to 5 years, introduce conscious discipline as a pilot for all ages and adults, and develop a way to monitor the fidelity of the implementation. And I'm going to have Ruth talk about where we're going to get there and tools.
Okay, so we're actually ahead of the game because we started with conscious discipline last school year. So we started that implementation by providing trainings, right, for the EHS staff. So the way we're going to get there is continue to train staff, and of course the providers, also the parents, and utilize conscious discipline kids. The kids are here already. So Michelle is going to be part of that component. The kids were ordered last year. It took us a little while to get them, but they are here for implementation purposes. For what data tools which will show progress reporting, of course the DRDP assessment, and of course the observations, the ongoing observations that we do in the classroom environment. In regards to the adults, actually we're ahead of the game because during the summer, the staff that was with us were able to do the emotional intelligence through conscious discipline. So that was very key in implementing it this summer. So we want to move forward with those trainings. So those are going to be dissipated to the site supervisors so the staff could do it themselves too. Because it's, we're heading that way and we have to support you in that sense with the social emotional component. So thank you for that. That's my baby.
Family engagement. So from August 2021 to June 2022, we had 885 families have registered and onboarded. So thank you, teaching staff, FSAs, all those representatives that talked to those parents, helped them, assisted them on getting the app. So give yourself a hand clap. So one of the challenges is meeting the in-kind mandates. We know that parents, because of COVID again,
We had parents are not allowed to come and volunteer. So we have to think of some very creative ways for the parents to get the in-kind. So our objective is to increase parent participation using various platforms for parent engagement. So Lupe is going to talk to you about what we're going to do to get there and the data and tools.
So with family engagement, one of the things that we came up when we were doing all the data analysis is that we were missing, well, we saw a lower participation in our male engagement. We want to make sure that we are increasing our males who are in our children's lives. So training parents on the Learning Genie application is very vital, and training the staff. We want to make sure that we actually teach our parents and kind of take a step back and show them the steps. You know, you have now grandparents, daycare providers, you have foster parents. We want to make sure that we have that patience. Remember, keep in mind that the same way that we are adjust on teaching our children on how can they learn, that we individualize their needs, we have to do it the same way with our families. So we also, one of the things that we saw is that when we were giving sight recognition, everyone pumped their game up. Everyone was so happy to receive those breakfasts. The parents were happy. We had teachers motivated. We had site supervisors. Like, they were all in the challenge. And you know, actually as coordinators too, we're like, oh, our sites. So we were very, very much, you know, telling our supervisors, come on, that site is, and you know, you had site supervisors pumping their parents up. So we want to get everyone involved. And also, what I challenge you is to please be creative, not only in increasing our family engagement, but are also in increasing our male involvement. And I know Joseph has a plan, and also everyone else to increase that. And we want to see it. So I really challenge you this year to increase our male involvement. And as we said, the site recognition, recognizing our parents for contributing, and obviously our data tools we're going to be using is our Learning Genie family engagement, and that's what we do. We're monitoring consistently, just trying to see the participation. So please, everyone, we all have a responsibility to assist and support all of our families. Thank you.
And I think we have one more, which is the curriculum fidelity. So this past current year again, because of the COVID restrictions and how we had to modify, again, we're trying to get back to some kind of normalcy. So now we have to really go back again and make sure that we're implementing the Create Curriculum with Fidelity. We're implementing it the way that it's designed to be implemented, okay? So we did not have curriculum fidelity data available. However, our objective is to continue to implement the Create curriculum and the studies, and I think there is a new schedule with maybe some new topics, and we have all the kits, I believe. And to use resources as they were intended. So we will be having, I am working with the external consultant right now as we speak about coming out and doing some curriculum fidelity observations in the classroom and provide that coaching as well. Okay? So I'm going to have Michelle to go over, well, Michelle, everybody, look at them. They're way back there. So how about this? I'm going to read them where we want to go to get there. They are a funny group. I tell you.
So, again, we have an external consultant that will provide you feedback and coaching on curriculum fidelity. We will be providing training for teaching staff and providers and consistent monitoring. And again, we will be utilizing pre-data, pre-assessment data. We're looking at post-reports to determine where we are in terms of our curriculum fidelity. And I believe that's it. Yes. That's her heart, curriculum fidelity.
So this year, I know in the past, last year, we were implementing the studies month by month. This year, because we're going to be doing fidelity and we should be implementing it, the studies are going to be about 6 to 7 weeks long. So you'll see that your studies have diminished from probably 8 studies to about 5 studies for the entire year. Also for the EHS, we did the same process. So I believe EHS has about between 5 weeks per study because we're doing it to fidelity. So we also changed the lesson plan for the EHS to ensure that we are doing it to fidelity. So there has been a couple of changes and we will be speaking to you and training you on that on either Wednesday and Thursday. Okay?
Who babies are these? Whose babies?
Chapel of Peace.
Chapel of Peace babies. I think for Dominic. And again, yes, very cute. And with photos, continue, supervisors, teaching staff, we always look for photos. Photos for moments like this, for our newsletter, so always continue to upload those photos so we can have a variety. Shout out to Isaac. Where Isaac at? There he is. Again, Isaac, you win. Isaac, he does a lot of great shots. He'll take a picture of you and you're not even looking. You turn around, he's standing at the camera. But he makes you look good. So that's it for the education content. And is there something else you want me to go over? What services? Family services. Ms. Joseph. Thank you, everybody.
While Joseph comes up, waking you guys up. For those of you that are brand new, let's say it all together. 1, 2, 3. Good, better, best. Never let it rest. This is our saying, our motto. What we do, everything that we do. Follow this.
I'm sorry, I snuck it in again. I forgot to acknowledge my program assistant, Jasmine Vasquez. And the same way she's not here. So I'm sorry, Jasmine.
Hello, everybody. Let's give another hand to the education team. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Joseph Porras. I'm the Family Services Manager, and that's a big statement because a year ago today, that wasn't true. Also a year ago on this day, we did not have our 2 new coordinators. Give a hand for Seneca and Michael. And as we continue to grow, we've been doing a lot of hiring, we've been doing a lot of recalibration, promotions, and I'm going to have the coordinators go ahead and introduce their teams.
No worries, we got you covered, Lauren. So as I always like to do, whenever I get a chance to highlight the Family Services team, especially the FSAs, I take that opportunity to do so. The FSAs do so much. They're out there building relationships with families, and their work is very meaningful. And so we always want to take our time to make sure that we highlight the team that is at the site doing the groundwork. So I'm the coordinator for the NG site. Yeah. ways to introduce all of my FSAs and their sites for MG this particular year. So as I call your name, please stand up. And we're gonna start off with this lovely table right here. I have our brand new FSA, who is just now new to the agency, but she has already hit the ground running, Miss Tiffany White. She is the FSA for Cincinnati Bible. Cincinnati Bible, get acquainted, this is a new partner right here. All right, I also have another brand new FSA who has also hit the ground running. I'm so excited for this individual. Miss Kayon Winter, stand up please. Yes, she is going to be our new FSA for Crusaders. So Crusaders, that's your partner right there. And then I also have another new FSA. She has been putting in work. Last year she was at Ozzie Goring. And this year she will be transitioning. She will be our FSA for Chapel of Peace / Little Stars. And I want to give it up to Miss Caroline Luzarda. She is an amazing FSA. I'm going to work my way to this side of the room. Because I got a couple of FSAs starting to duck and hide over there, you know I'm going to call you out. So first one is Miss Daisy Vargas. She is excellent. She is the FSA for Englewood Southside. And then I also have another wonderful FSA, my little backbone right here, Miss. Come on, Priscilla, you already know what it is. Let's go. Miss Priscilla is also the FSA over at Chapel of Peace. Chapel of Peace is you know Priscilla, there are any teachers over there. It's always good. And I'm gonna kick it back on this side of town real quick because I got an FSA hiding all the way in the cut over here. And she's the FSA for Hawthorne Plaza. Miss Orion. Gotta give a shout out to Miss Orion too. She has a good one on the way. And last but not least, my FSA on this side of town, who is also my young backbone, Miss Abigail. Please stand up. She is Hawthorne Plaza's awesome FSA. And then last but not least, I have the fabulous, my wonderful lead FSA, Ms. Daniela Gomez. Please stand up. And this is the MG squad, ladies and gentlemen. All right, everybody. If I could have all of the OG FSAs to stand, all OG FSAs. Ms. Veronica Scott, Ms. Asley, our newest FSA, Mr. Tim Mishler, Ms. Debbie, and I'll listen to anybody else. I think I have everybody. Come on, let's give it up for the OG FSA. Ms. Sabrina Scott is here. And last but not least, I'm so glad to have my lead in the house. She's over here, Ms. Chanel Davis-Jeffers. Thank you all so much for your hard work and for participating with us and working with us to make sure we reach our goals.
All right, what a team, right? Okay, so we're going to talk a little bit about our family services objectives. I'll start with B and we'll go backwards because Sonica's going to come with A. But one of the things we really want to focus on is our community partnerships and really our involvement and our presence in the community. Later on, Ice and I are looking forward to presenting to you on our recruitment outreach strategy that has a lot to do with this. So I won't spend too much time on it, but basically our goal is to be present, have a voice in the community, let everybody know where we are, that we're here to stay. So we're going to be partnering up with a lot of different resource agencies like our resource agency, the schools, the school districts. We're going to be outreaching in ways that we've never done before. So you're going to see a little bit more of that later, but I'm going to pass it now back to Seneca and Michael, who are going to cover Objective A.
All right, so last year we serviced over 327 families. And we were only able to complete 174 FPAs, but that's still a good number. So for those of you that don't know what an FPA is, that's an acronym for a Family Partnership Agreement. And that is when our FSAs get together with our families, basically the parents, and they ask them what their goal is. Now, this is a challenging task because as building relationships with families, and you want to know what their goal is, most people aren't willing to give you that information. So that is where critical relationship building comes into play. And our FSAs do a wonderful job with that. Gotta give a shout out to them one more time for doing that. We want to increase our FBA participation by 10% this year. So we just need a little bit more families to participate in this process. Again, as we know when we go through the school year, if our families are completing their FBAs and reaching their goals, we are successful with our process. And how are we going to be doing this? We're going to be monitoring through Child Plus, and we're going to be, again, once again, educating families on the importance of FBA.
All right, so you saw a little bit of our main primary objectives. And the reason why they were focused that way is because FSAs, as everybody here knows or will know, do so much at our school centers. They are involved in every single administrative process to keep our children enrolled, to keep them healthy, to refer, recruit, and to get more families in the program. So we wanted to just make it very simple, but we do have many other objectives as well. We'll be talking a lot more, as you heard, about now engagement this year in some of our workshop series. So at this moment, did you want me to cover the next part? Okay. As she puts that up, we're going to talk about some of those workshops and some of the parent training calendars for the year. Every year, as some of you know, we do monthly parent meetings. But we don't do it alone. We work with every single content area in the department. So right here, what you see on this training calendar, if you focus on the left column, August all the way down to February and continuing on, we got themes, we got topics that we want to cover. You guys see it, you know it, and you inform it. You'll be spending time with your site supervisors, collaborating with your FSAs and your health assistants to come up with great presentations. We'll be having, as you know, guest speakers. We'll be having forums to talk about program initiatives, and also a voice for you to get out your message to parents. Because of COVID, we've seen an increase in our parent meetings. Why? Because virtual Zoom has made it way more accessible for our parents to just, with the click of a button, with the Learning Genie reminder, with the text from their FSA, know when their parent meeting is. So, we're going to get them there, but what do we do and what do we say when they are there? So think about those messages, understand this, review this with your teams, know what's coming. And if you want to add anything to it, you're more than welcome to. These are just some topics that we want to have covered, that we've worked with some of the content area leaderships to already plan and initiate. Over our workshops, you're going to hear, has anybody seen an email or a flyer for a workshop from last year? Can anybody name one? Can anybody name? So Simone said financial awareness. Yes, financial literacy. It's one of the topics that we cover so that we can support the needs of the community. It's needed more than ever. And what we did is we were able to have a workshop series that told parents about the basics, so how to apply for credit, how to clear credit, how to be smart with your basics, your investments. And it talks at all levels. So we're going to have more series like that. But throughout the months, throughout the semesters, please look for those, look for the emails, talk to your parents, recruit them, let them know it's coming, and I encourage you to come. You should be able to see one of the workshops so you can know some of the meaningful content that we've been providing throughout the year. Yes. And then also we'll be supporting with a lot of different literacy, and you heard Terry talk about family engagement. We are also going to be focused on family engagement this year. We'll be sharing different resources, activities through our partnerships with PBS and other organizations like that. We'll be doing a lot of meaningful content. And then we have one more person to introduce, or those of you who have not gotten the chance to meet this person, they've done a wonderful job hitting the ground running since they started here. And they're a wonderful support, not only to myself, who's not used to having any supports, but to the rest of the managers, to the rest of the content areas, to the other program assistants. And I want to give a special shout out to my program assistant, James Jones. Okay, now we're going to go ahead and we're going to welcome our ERSI manager, Aisa Kado.
I do that, I would like to call my wonderful ERSI coordinator up, Ashley Watson. We are a mighty team of two, a manager and a coordinator. But we've got an amazing team of specialists that you will meet right now.
Hello, good morning. I want to introduce my team, which is the ERSI specialists. Most of them are sitting over here. Well, we have a few. I have Rocio May, stand up for me. She's in OG. I have Itisha Jones for OG. I have Jocelyn, stand up for NG. I have Gabby, she says OG and NG. And CCP. We also have a new ERSI specialist, which is Sonia. Stand up for us, Sonia. We also have Ivana. She stepped out to the restroom. Ivana. And also part of our team, we have FSAs that are considered ERSI FSAs. They focus on enrollment. So I would like to introduce them as well. We have Tynesha James, stand up. Noah Cole. And Delphina Gomez.
So ERSI has changed a lot in the last year or so. Joseph mentioned that last year he wasn't the family services manager, and I don't believe there was an ERSI manager at all at that point. It was family services and ERSI together. So this year we've done a lot to really strengthen ERSI, and really it's given me the opportunity to focus on just recruitment and enrollment. So Ashley and I are going to go over the objectives, but I also have another part of my team. I'm also responsible for parent engagement through parent meetings and policy council. And I have two parent engagement specialists. I'd like to have Tahaj Counts for AMG. So you will see Tahaj in your parent meetings. You will see him communicating with your policy council representatives. And then in OG, we have Isel Escalita. She is not here today, but she is overseeing OG grant. And this summer, Tahaj had the opportunity to be a part of one of our hub sites in NG, and he was doing applications and enrollments for families. So he got to see another aspect of what family services does and how his role as a parent engagement connects to what we do with children and families. And then Itzel, on the other hand, she stayed at the office and she managed the 1100 line. So all of those phone calls that we get from all of those families that see our flyers and scan our QR code and see our benches and got the mailer, she's answering all of those phone calls and she's making appointments for FSAs so that parents can then go out to the sites and meet face-to-face with an FSA and complete the application process. So that's just kind of a little bit about what we've been doing this summer. But let me go over, before I do that, we also have a temp team that we have been working with for the last several months, and we've had anywhere between 2 to 6 temps at any given time, and they are trained completely on the eligibility and enrollment process. That's all they do is eligibility and enrollment. So they work very closely with the specialists and the ERSI FSAs, but we needed that extra support. So we reach out to a team of temps that we work with. And then lastly, and we go right back to policy council real quick, I just want to let you know that our current chair for policy council is a parent from Century, Miss Anita House. And her daughter will be transitioning to kindergarten, and Anita has been our policy council chair now for the last 2 years. And so we're hoping that she will be able to stay with us as a former parent because she's done an amazing job. And all of the parents that are on the policy council have done an amazing job. So I want to thank you for your help in supporting them and showing them and talking to them about how important important Policy Council is for giving them the platform in your parent meetings to talk about what they've learned and what they've been approving. You know how excited they were to approve all the funds to paint all of your classrooms? And all of the funds to buy all, they knew before you knew. They knew that before you did. And that's, a part of Policy Council and engaging them in the decisions that we make in our program. So we've got just a couple more Policy Council representatives from different sites that I wanted to just call out real quickly. Bridget from Hawthorne Plaza, she is actually a former employee of ours, and she is a parent at Hawthorne Plaza, so she has been an amazing Policy Council representative there. So we have Rufina, I believe is from Sullivan, and we even have some former parents that just love us so much they want to stay. We have one in NG, a parent from Main Street, and then we have a parent from NG who is also a former parent that has decided to stay on with us. And for those of you that don't know, this core group of parents has been meeting every single Tuesday since we went remote. Remember how long ago that was? 2 years ago? Every single Tuesday, this core group of parents gets on the phone at 10 o'clock in the morning. Today was the first day we have not met in 2 years. Just because we're all here. We're all here. But they were ready. They were ready. And what they've been doing is they have been approving all of the new hires. So many of you in this room, your name has already been heard by a Policy Council representative. And they've heard about your credentials and your qualifications and your desire to work with Head Start. And they voted, yes, we want you to be a part of this organization. So they knew that you were hired before you knew you got hired. Because they go through Policy Council approval first. And that's the level of confidentiality they are held to. They are not to go back and say, we hired a new teacher at Century. I know who she is. That's not how it goes. And they are aware of that, and they respect that. So just wanted to share a little bit about your Policy Council because I'm really proud of them and the work that they do. Okay, now we'll go to RC objectives. All right, so as you heard before, we were not fully enrolled this past school year. We had many classrooms that were closed, unfortunately. And for center-based enrollment, we ended the year at 68% for OG and 76% for NG. So well above the 50%, but not quite to our 100% where we would have liked to have been if all things had worked out in our favor. And so where do we want to go? So by September 2022, we want to be at least 50% enrolled. And then by January, we want to be 100%. So we've got a little bit of time to work. We're not slowing down. We're going to continue to enroll until we get as close to that 100% as possible. And how are we going to get there? We have built in some strategies to maximize our returners. This is like free money. Like these are kids that already exist. They're already in our program. They already know how wonderful and fabulous we are. We don't want them to leave. We want them to stay. And so what can we do to make them stay? And that is something that Joseph and I will talk about as it relates to retention and keeping the families that we have. Keeping our returners. We don't want our returners to leave. We've already been working with them for a whole year, some of them longer. We want them to see the program all the way through. So we want to do some things with our returners to make sure that they stay. We've even talked about enrollment day. Well, we have done some extended hours for enrollment to meet the needs of our families. Every Tuesday, Thursday, sometimes Wednesdays in the summer, all the FSAs in this room stay late, sometimes till 8 p.m., working with families, uploading documents, having them sign forms, calling parents on the phone. So we did that for the whole summer, and we'll continue to do that for as long as we need to. And then an annual recruitment plan. You'll hear a little bit more about that this afternoon, but in addition to what you've heard today and what you have on your table, there are so many other things that we're doing that you should know about. And all that will do is help you as you help us recruit new children for the program. So that is goal, objective A, and I'll hand it to Ashley.
Okay, so for objective B, for the 21-22 school year, ended with Head Start and Early Head Start center-based, average attendance was 77% for OG and 78% for NG. Okay, so where do we want to go? So we want to increase and then maintain a minimum of 85% attendance every month for our OG and NG center-based locations. Okay, so we didn't get there this past year because of COVID and classroom closures, but we want to at least try our best to get there for the upcoming school year. Okay, and what we're going to do this year, we're going to again reintroduce our Star Student campaign to acknowledge perfect attendance. So for those who don't know what that is, children who came every day, they got a prize at the end of the week, and if you came for the entire month, they got a bigger prize at the end of the month. So we want to redo that again, so to encourage families and children to come to school every day. Okay? We also are going to be training staff on our new attendance policy and procedure to ensure appropriate supports are being offered to the families, because we want to maintain the children that we have in our program and just try to get them to school every day and what kind of support or services we can offer to the families to get them there. And how do we monitor this? So we'll be monitoring Child Plus daily, weekly, and monthly with our attendance monitoring reports. Okay, so we'll be monitoring that to see which children are coming and which ones need that additional support.
Alright, so we're going to make a little bit of adjustment before we have that, Rashana. And Rashana and Christina, you guys ready? Okay, come on up. And I'm going to ask you to do your 15 minutes, and then we're going to do disabilities and mental health. Lashana will come up here and Lashana will go over those objectives. All right, Christina.
Hello everyone, so we are the health department, yay! So as the health department, it's not just health, we also have the food program and nutrition that's included and a lot of other areas. Like Laura said, I'm brand new, so guess who was running this department the entirety of last year? It was these awesome coordinators. I want to introduce Rashonda Dawson and Aurelia Garcia. I'm so grateful to be working with these two because not only are they knowledgeable, but they prove that they can really handle this task, which is really important, the health and nutrition of our children, right? I do also want to acknowledge the mighty team that is out in the field, and I do want Rashonda to talk more about them.
Hi everyone, I'd like to introduce my team. I have Veronica Maximo, who is over OG. I have Megan Cooper, who is NG. Can you guys stand, please? I have Sasha Williams, who is NG and OG. Sasha Williams. Last but not least, I have Shanika Tulis, who is and I also have one on the LOA, Janet Pascal.
Thank you. And so we also want to talk about something that's also really important for this year, and it is that we are not fully staffed and we really need help. We're trying to get 2 CACSP and nutrition specialists to help Aurelia. We know that this food program is large, but not only that, she's also tackling nutrition. So we really, trying to get 2 more staff there. And, what we also really need is, to fill some vacancies in health. We should have 7 health assistants total. So we're, if you know anybody that's interested, please help us out. We also want to acknowledge our health PA, right? And Miss Stacy, please. Thank you so much for what you do. Okay. So let's talk about our objectives. And I was not here during the time when the objectives were written, but it's so funny because when I was writing the objectives, they were exactly the same. So it's great that they line up. So we're gonna have Ms. Rashonda read A and B, and then I'm gonna talk a little bit more about the strategies that we're gonna use for this year.
So for A, we're going to make deliberate efforts to obtain physicals and well-child exams at the time of enrollment to ensure appropriate resources are provided to families. We're also going to increase the number of physical exams and initial well-child, including to the 5 blood. You guys know we're walk those legs. So we're really trying to get that up with our 30-day requirements, just to make sure that all the children are meeting their 45 and 90-day requirements. We would like to increase compliance by 15%. I do know that our families are still struggling with COVID, as well as trying to obtain appointments with the doctor, so we want to increase that by 15%. Also, we want to do consistent follow-up with our families on dental care and providers, as you guys who have been participating in our health fairs or have seen our fairs collectively with RCD and Family Services. I did get an MOU with Canada Dental. So we have been coming out and conducting dental exams for our children, and this school year we will be coming out to the site to also conduct dental exams to help our children as well as educate our families on our parent meetings. And then we will be implementing our oral health campaign. As you guys can see, my lovely team on the picture. We have Dr. Sutton, we have our Sparkle toothbrush, as well as our molar that we will be implementing throughout the school year, passing out certificates for our children that are up to date and trying to encourage our families to bring their children up to date, as well as educate them on the importance of dental care and healthcare, ongoing healthcare services. And we will track that by our Child Plus reports with our to-do list. We all love those to-do lists, FSAs and health, as well as our case noted and our reviewing of PIR.
So, there's a term in the medical field that's called continuity of care. And, if some of us go to the doctor, we have, something that we follow up on. We don't want just we want our doctor, maybe if we're working in psychiatry, we're getting therapy, we're going to physical therapy, we see a lot of different doctors, right? We want them to communicate. What if they're prescribing us different medication that conflicts with themselves, right? Or that can cause us harm because we're not supposed to be taking those things together. So what continuity of care means that everyone is talking to each other and that you have a care team that is communicating constantly. So I want to bring that here. I know that we're communicating with the family service team. We're working together to get these follow-ups to make sure that the children, that the families know when there's something missing. But how can we also communicate with the education team? How can we communicate with the ERC team? How can we work as a whole to make sure that everybody knows if there's a child in the classroom that we don't have a physical for? How do we know how to service that child if we don't know if there might be something wrong? How do we know that they're able to learn, right? If they might have something wrong with their vision, their hearing. So we want to make sure that we're all communicating across the departments. Okay, so let's go to. Okay, now we're going to do C and D.
Hello everyone. So now we're going to move into nutrition, where we currently have increased number of children who are overweight and obese. So we have a lot of children that are overweight and obese, but we also have children that we still have to continue to oversee the children that are underweight. So the plan is decrease the number of children obese, overweight currently by 5%, and also follow up with the children that are underweight. What are we going to do there? Collaborate with education staff, parents to provide more physical activity indoor and outdoor. Learn the process already before. Learning Genie, we're going to be putting up videos for exercise that parents can also get in-kind course. Lesson plan, we're going to be looking at the lesson plan, class observation. So as soon as I get my team's going to be out there looking at lesson plans and class observations to see if we're doing exercise. We're going to collaborate with health, with Child Plus and growth assessments, physical, and we're also going to be looking at well-being. Where are we now? Teaching staff are concerned with the portion size are too small for breakfast, lunch, and snack. So what are we going to do? We're going to educate teaching staff and parents on the portion control size. And we're also going to collaborate with TLC, which is our vendor. What are we going to do to get there? We will provide training for teachers and parents throughout the year through Learning Genie, and we also have a registered dietitian that will be communicating with the parents and also with the teaching staff. What tools are we going to use? We'll be using Child Plus reports, Child Plus to-do list, registered dietitian reports, and also Learning Genie as well. So we're going to try to expand the most that we can to communicate with parents through Learning Genie and also to pump up our in-kind, right?
So yeah, this year we really want to focus on promoting health and nutrition education, not just for parents, not just for children, but also for ourselves, right? As teachers, you're with the children the majority of the time of the day, not, maybe myself or this team, you're the one that are there talking to the parents every day. So by you having more knowledge about, meal portions, healthy nutrition, active exercises. What we did this morning with the sitting exercise, that's, something really easy and simple that we can share with families. And that's something that the awesome Learning Genie, Terry was showing me how to use it. It's really simple and fast, and we can really promote health that way. So those are some of our objectives, some of the things that we want to accomplish, and also, getting our numbers up. Unfortunately, because the team was so small, we weren't able to obtain that. We just need to work a lot on getting the numbers up. But why do we want to get the numbers up? Not just to meet a requirement. We want to get them up because we want to know where our children are at health-wise so that we can properly serve them. And that's it.
You say small and mighty. Because although they're small, they have accomplished so much. So last year, LaShawna and Melba and I, we decided to separate mental health and disabilities because of the nature of how disabilities have become a major focus in social emotional. LaShawna, I'm going to let you come up with Tage before we go to lunch.
Hi, Tage. Can I say hello to Tage? Disability mental health coordinator. She's going to hand the mic over. You can introduce your team.
So my team consists of my two disability and mental health specialists, Jacqueline Garcia, and Terry Leita. And then we also have our special needs aide, Gabby Villalobos, who works in the energy side. So for our goals, So for disabilities and mental health, where we are now, for A, in the 2021-2022 school year, we ended with our disabilities enrollment at 10% for both our NG and our OG grants, so we were able to meet that requirement. So our objectives for the new year, we want to maintain the number of children enrolled with disabilities at that 10%, and be able to provide early intervention to all children who are at risk. So to get there, we want to continue to recruit and enroll children with disabilities, ensure that children with disabilities or all children, are screened within the 45-day time period, and then ensure referrals for identified children are submitted within a timely manner. The data tools that we're going to use are Child Plus reports, manual tracking logs, and then monthly reports. So for the disability services specifically, we had a couple challenges last year, especially regarding the contracts with the school district, and then once we did get those contracts, a lot of the school districts changed the way that they were willing to provide services in our Head Start sites. So the way that we're going to address that in the future is to be able to connect families with different community services and things like that. For our mental health services, currently our mental health consultants observe children in the classroom and offer consultation to teaching staff and parents. And our objectives to increase participation in mental health services and to empower teaching staff and families to support the mental health of children. So we're going to do this by informing families and teaching staff of our mental health consultation services, specifically what the mental health consultants do, how they can work with teaching staff, how they can work with families, and how they can work with children. And then we want to, again, ensure that referrals for identified children are submitted in a timely manner and services are offered in the classroom and at home. So we're going to track this by, again, using Child Plus reports and mental health service logs. And then last, our program has agreements with 3 LEAs and SELFAs, so those are the school districts, 2 regional centers, and then 2 mental health service providers, so Consulting Collective and Pacific Clinics. So our objectives are to increase the number of community partners who provide disability and mental health services, and to improve the utilization of existing partnerships to meet the disability service and mental health service needs of all our children. And then to get there, we're going to form partnerships with 2 new disabilities and mental health service providers, and we're going to inform families how to work with our current partners and encourage participation. And then to track that, we're going to again use Child Plus reports, our service logs, and then the number of active MOUs.
Paige, I want to let you know that Paige, when she came in, we didn't have a disability mental health department, really. We really had to rebuild that. And so Paige is instrumental. So you see all those MOUs she talked about, those did not exist. So she had to literally go out and develop MOUs right out of the way. Paige has only been here 5 months? 6 months. 6 months. Her first 3 months, she had 3 MOUs. She had all these things. She had contracts throughout the community. And she did figure out numbers. So I just want to give her props. She's amazing. She answers directly to me. So who's disability mental health? LaShawna and Paige and her team. Okay, so
I'm going to try to make this short and sweet, but this is really important information that we need to know, that we're required to know for the safety at the sites. So I want to thank Rashonda for really putting this together. This might seem familiar from last year, yes, thank you, Rashonda. She updates because as you know, COVID is really ongoing and a lot of the precautions that we took last year, we're taking this year as well. So that's actually what we're gonna get started with is the COVID updates. These are the topics that we're going to go over. And we'll go through each one. Okay, so for COVID updates, first, we already talked about this, but just to reiterate, masks are required indoors and outdoors at the sites and at all times by parents, children, and all EHS and EHS members. Temperature checks are required for all children and staff upon entry at the sites. I just want to encourage you, I know that we have different people coming into your classroom. If if someone comes in and didn't do the screening that is required, just please don't be shy. This is for your safety. Ask them, hey, I have to take your temperature. This is a requirement. So, enforce that in your classroom. And then teaching staff and children are required to complete Learning Genie's health check prior to arrival every day. So that's the health card that's in Learning Genie. And then COVID tests will be required every Monday or the first day the child attends school that week. So if the child starts school on Tuesday, then that's the day that they'll do the testing. If they miss Monday, so it's the first day of the week for that child. And the first of every month, the first month of the school, the parent will administer the test for the child and will wait 15 minutes for the results. If COVID cases continue to rise, this requirement may be extended as needed throughout the school year. So as we know, the cases are up, but actually they've been declining, but they're not as low as they were a couple months ago, so they're still pretty high. If they do go higher, if we get another variant, something like that, this requirement may come back after the first month of school, so just be on alert for updates from your site supervisors and the education team. Family-style meals have not resumed, so we're still going to do individualized meals to prevent contact. And then toothbrushing, we're still not doing same. And then please refer to the COVID handbook for policies and procedures. There's a couple things in there that have changed, but for the most part, we still want to follow those precautions. Okay, so why do we do this training? It's actually a requirement by the Office of Head Start. And also by other authorities that we have to adhere to, like OSHA. So these are the performance standards, and I believe we have. Yes, so basically all staff that are in regular contact with the children or who are at the facilities, and that's pretty much all of us, even the managers, directors, everyone goes out to the sites at least, even if you go one time, you still need to adhere and you need to know these safety regulations in case of an emergency. So that's why we need to do this training. Okay, so first we want to talk about hand washing. I know it sounds so basic, we all know how to wash our hands, but this is the easiest, cheapest, most, the best way that we can really minimize the spread of infectious diseases. So we want to wash our hands when? Always, pretty much, before and after transitions. If you think about the high contact areas that you have, you're touching them regularly, the kids are touching them regularly, so how do you protect yourself and the children? By washing your hands all the time. And so we want to show you, I think a little bit. Oh no, well, we have the steps here first. So just going over it, always remember first you wet your hands. Why? Because it activates the soap. Okay, so that's the step that a lot of people forget about. and then you want to lather, okay? So, you know, a lot of us do this, the front of the hands, but we gotta get the back too. There's a lot of stuff back there too. You want to get in between your fingers. That's where a lot of bacteria builds up. I wish that we could really see sometimes how much bacteria we have in our hands before we start eating or before we do anything else. And then you want to wash up. And another thing that people do is touch the handle that you put your dirty hand on first. So you want to get the paper towel and really turn that water off. And also touching the knobs. I like to use that towel to open the door and then throw it away before I exit out. So we're gonna, what's the next one? So this is what not to do. And I'm sorry, but men are really guilty of this most of the time. So let's play the video, please.
Okay, let's go for lunch now.
So where should we have our lunch?
Maybe we go cafe 2.
Yeah, but before that you have to wash your hands since it's the flu season, you know. Yes, sir. Go.
You can't just wet your hands and think they're clean. You have to use soap and, you know, follow the proper steps. And this is just one example of the improper ways that people wash their hands, and also the reason that diseases like these that are spread through contact, you know, spread so easily because we're not washing the right way. So why don't we have someone show us the right way to do it, and of course it's the child because they know how to do it best.
Let's see if you and your children know all the steps to getting your hands as clean as possible. Wet your hands with warm water. Apply enough soap to make a really good lather. Rub your hands palm to palm. Rub your palms around your hands. Clean in between your fingers by interlocking your fingers and pushing your palms up and down. Rub the back of your fingers on your palms. Rub the tips of your fingers and your nails on your palms. Make sure to get lots of soap in your nails. Grab your thumb with your other hand and rub in a rotational circle backwards and forwards. Rub around your wrists. Rinse your hands thoroughly, starting at your wrists and working your way down. Dry your hands thoroughly with a single paper towel. Use that paper towel to turn off the water faucet. Enjoy your clean hands and know that you have just done the single most important thing to prevent yourself from getting sick.
So I know it might seem excessive, like all of those steps, but imagine someone was making your food with their hands. They were making a pupusa, right? Would you want them to wash their hands like this or like the guy before they made your food, right? So just think about that. When you're serving the children, not just in food time, but you know, you're handing them their toys, anything that's on your hands is gonna get on those toys. And I know sometimes we assist them with washing their hands, but then we might not have a chance to wash our own hands. So really, you know, try to use these steps because it is pretty much like the first and easiest way to prevent a lot of these infectious diseases, and from us having to not close down, you know, classroom because of illness. Okay, so next slide. So we're going to talk about bloodborne pathogens. So bloodborne pathogens are basically, all the bacteria and other organisms that live inside of blood. Sometimes it could be something as serious as HIV. Other times it could be, it could lead to illness, but we want to be very careful. Why? We work with children. They fall, they get scrapes, they lose a tooth, they, at many points of this school year, you might encounter some blood. So we want to be prepared, we want to know what to do and how to properly, not only just take care of your children, but take care of yourself. You have a family as well. You have loved ones that are, concerned about you being healthy. So we have to be very careful when it comes to bloodborne pathogens. Next slide, please. Okay, and so this video is a little long, it's 14 minutes, but it's just very important that we know all of the technicalities and information. So let's listen in.
Bloodborne pathogens, or BBPs, are serious viral infections that can make you seriously ill. And they can be passed on to you if you're exposed to someone's infected blood or other body fluids containing visible blood. Don't assume that children that young can't possibly be infected. Bloodborne pathogens have no respect for age. In truth, there's no way to know for sure if anyone at your facility is infected. That's why BBPs can be so dangerous. Your best defense against infection is understanding bloodborne pathogens and following established safety procedures. So let's talk about BBPs. There are 3 that pose a risk: hepatitis B virus and hepatitis C virus, which affect the liver, and human immunodeficiency virus, which compromises the immune system. Hepatitis B virus, or HBV, can cause inflammation of the liver. Symptoms may include jaundice, fatigue, abdominal pain, loss of appetite, and occasional nausea or vomiting. About half the people infected show no symptoms at all. The only way to confirm an HBV infection is by blood test. According to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, approximately 10%, or 1.25 million of those with HBV, are infected for life. That can lead to chronic liver disease or liver cancer. In fact, more than 5,000 people die each year from HBV-related liver problems. Of the bloodborne infections, hepatitis B virus is the most easily transmitted. Fortunately, there is an effective vaccine, and it may be available through your facility. Hepatitis C virus, or HCV, can also cause a viral liver infection. While symptoms are similar, there are some very important differences with HCV. Hepatitis C virus chronically infects more people than HBV, nearly 85% in fact. That's approximately 3 million people, according to the CDC. About 10,000 people, twice as many as HBV, die each year from chronic liver disease linked to hepatitis C virus. And up to 3/4 of those with HCV show no symptoms at all. That's the danger of hepatitis C virus and hepatitis B virus, both to those infected and those around them. These viruses may be slowly damaging their livers as they unwittingly expose their families, friends, and co-workers. A blood test is the only way to confirm an HCV infection, and there's no vaccine for it, although there are antiviral drugs that are effective in some cases. Human immunodeficiency virus, or HIV, attacks the immune system. The body eventually becomes unable to fight infection. The CDC estimates that between 800,000 and 900,000 people in the United States are HIV positive. Many of them lead normal lives for years and can appear to be healthy. But HIV can be a precursor to AIDS. Fortunately, the number of people who go on to develop AIDS is falling because of improved treatments. But there is no vaccine and no cure for HIV. All of those bloodborne pathogens are transmitted the same way, by exposure to contaminated blood, body fluids containing visible blood, or certain other body fluids such as semen and vaginal secretions. Most commonly, that involves unprotected sex or sharing needles with someone who's infected. So you say, okay, fine. Children that age aren't likely to be doing either. True. But an infection can be passed from mother to child before or during birth. And while those may be the most common means of transmission, they're not the only ones. Everyday situations at your facility can pose risks. Remember the playground scenario? An infected youngster with a minor cut or scrape can expose you to a bloodborne pathogen. How? Let's say you get blood on your hand. Do you have a cut, nick, abrasion, burn, or skin condition such as dermatitis or acne? That's enough to compromise your skin's natural protection. A bloodborne pathogen can be passed to you if your broken skin comes in contact with that child's infected blood. Maybe you don't have broken skin, but you rub your eyes or nose or use your lip balm. Guess what? You've just transferred the infected blood to your mucous membranes, and that's another transmission route for a bloodborne virus. You can also be exposed if you're cut by a sharp object contaminated by infected blood. And that's why it's so important for you to become aware of the potential dangers in those everyday situations and learn how to protect yourself. Your facility's administration probably has an exposure control plan based on OSHA's bloodborne pathogen standard outlining the hazards. And there are established systems and procedures to help you reduce risk of exposure. The first and most important thing to do is consider all blood, or any substance containing visible blood, to be potentially infected with BBPs. And the best way to protect yourself and others is surprisingly simple. Use soap and water. If you've been exposed to potentially contaminated material, wash your hands immediately. That's your single most effective technique for reducing the spread of bloodborne infection. But you have to do it right. Wash your hands and any exposed skin for 10 to 15 seconds with non-abrasive soap and water. Then rinse thoroughly. If the possible exposure involves your eyes, mouth, or nose, flush them with plenty of water. Dry with a clean disposable towel. Afterward, be sure you report the potential exposure to your supervisor. It probably goes without saying, but there are also some common sense things to avoid in the event of possible exposure. Until you've thoroughly washed up, don't eat, drink, or smoke. Never apply cosmetics or lip balms. And if you wear contacts, don't touch them. In other words, keep your hands away from your eyes, nose, and mouth, because these everyday actions can cause you to infect yourself. Simple? Sure, but extremely effective in preventing the spread of bloodborne infections. Obviously, it's best to avoid contact with potentially contaminated material altogether. But that's easier said than done if there's a youngster hurt on the playground, or someone in the building breaks a glass and cuts himself. That's why your facility provides personal protective equipment, or PPE. It works by placing a physical barrier between you and potentially infectious material. PPE includes gloves, aprons, masks, face shields, protective eyewear, and resuscitation or other ventilation devices. If you don't know where PPE is kept in your facility, now is the time to find out. And consult the exposure control plan for usage guidelines. Of course, PPE is only effective when used correctly, so use the right equipment, make sure it fits correctly, and always check for damage. If it's damaged during use, remove and discard it immediately. The PPE you're most likely to use will be single-use disposable gloves. Wear them if there's any chance of contact with blood or other potentially contaminated material. Before you put on gloves, make sure to cover any cuts, abrasions, or other broken skin. It's added protection in case your gloves are torn or punctured. Gloves should fit snugly on your fingers and be pulled up over your wrists as far as possible. When removing them, be very careful not to allow the outside to touch your bare skin. Grasp the first glove and peel it off from your wrist to your fingertips. Transfer it to your gloved hand and then repeat the process. Pull the second glove down and over the first. Discard them promptly. Never reuse disposable gloves. Then wash your hands right away. There's also some PPE you might want to use in a medical emergency until trained personnel arrive. That includes pocket masks and mechanical resuscitation devices. A word to the wise, though. Get proper training on them now in case you ever need to use them. Good housekeeping is everyone's responsibility. Your facility exposure control plan specifies methods and schedules for dealing with potentially contaminated substances or surfaces. But here are a few general guidelines. If there's a possibility that equipment or surfaces in your facility have been contaminated, clean them as soon as possible. Then treat them with an appropriate disinfectant. Never use your hands to pick up broken glass or other sharp objects, not even if you're wearing gloves, because they can be punctured. Always use a broom and dustpan, or call a custodian. Don't tamp down trash with your hands or feet. Sharp materials such as glass or cans might puncture your skin through your shoes or gloves. Instead, hold the bag away from your body and shake down the trash in the bag. Handle contaminated laundry as little as possible and wear gloves. Transport it in leak-proof bags or containers. Never put potentially infectious material, broken glass, or other sharp objects in the trash. Instead, seal them in specially marked containers. Finally, make a practice of regularly inspecting and disinfecting bins, trash cans, and other reusable receptacles that could become contaminated. If you follow these safety precautions, you'll minimize your risks. But don't panic if you do get exposed to potentially infectious material. You know what to do. Immediately wash your hands and any exposed skin with soap and water, or thoroughly flush your mucous membranes with water. Then report to your supervisor, health officer, or other designated person. He or she will arrange post-exposure evaluation, counseling, and treatment. Don't wait to report an exposure. Necessary treatment should begin right away. And remember, most exposure doesn't lead to infection, particularly if you act quickly. Bloodborne pathogens are dangerous, and you should take the possibility of infection seriously. Protect yourself, your colleagues, and the children in your care by knowing the facts and taking every precaution to prevent the spread of BBPs. If everyone does his or her part, your facility will be a safer, healthier place for everyone.
So three just really important things I want everyone to take away from this. One is treat every incident, every exposure as if it were contaminated with something, serious. So, and that includes, helping the child blow their nose. There could be some blood traces in there as well. Never do it with bare hands. Always use gloves. And then later we're going to watch another video on gloving because it's really important that you do it correctly. There's no point to it if you're going to touch it with your bare hands after you use the gloves if you can't remove them. And then the last thing is, if you do get exposed, please make sure that you talk to your supervisor if you feel that you could have been exposed to something. So next. So what you want to do if there is, let's say, a tooth fell out and there's a lot of blood everywhere, right? Those tend to make the children bleed out a lot. So the first thing you want to do is isolate the area, put on non-porous gloves, Provide first aid, of course, if needed, and there's always more than one adult in the room. So maybe one adult can focus on isolating the area while one adult is caring for the child. You want to clean up the bodily fluids. We're going to talk about Red Z, which helps solidify any liquid, so you don't have to be mopping it up or anything. Dispose. And then you want to remove the gloves, clean the disinfected area surfaces, and then wash your hands with soap and water. So Rashonda's gonna help, she's gonna walk around. This is your bloodborne pathogen kit. It's in every single classroom. And so this is something that you can use to really protect yourself if you ever, come in contact with blood or anything else. So she's gonna show you what the contents are inside. Here's the list of everything that's in there. After you use it, please let us know so we can replace it. Don't put anything back in there. It's a one-time use only, and then you throw it away properly, and then we give you a new one. So she's gonna walk around if you want to see anything that's in there. She's gonna show you. Next. Okay, and then we're gonna talk about personal protective equipment. This one is a short video.
In this video, I'm going to discuss bloodborne pathogens and personal protection equipment. Whether in the home, workplace, or community, it's important to know how to handle the risks associated with exposure to bloodborne pathogens. The United States Centers for Disease Control, or CDC, recommends all healthcare and food service workers follow universal precautions. Precautions to protect against exposure must be taken when there is any potential for exposure to bodily fluids. It is assumed that all bodily fluids have the potential to transmit disease. The universal precaution rule is treat all human blood, bodily fluids, and other potentially infectious materials as if they are infectious. Universal precautions include the use of personal protective equipment, commonly called PPE. So now I'll show you some examples. Shoe covers to cover your shoes, a gown to cover your clothes, a hairnet, a safety mask and face shield, gloves, an absorbable pad for wiping up spills, a red biohazard bag for waste, and the red twist ties to tie the bag shut. Always wear PPE when cleaning up spills that are potential sources of pathogens.
We have all of that for you so that you can use to protect yourself. And yeah, so please don't try to just clean it up with a paper towel. You want to protect yourself. Okay, so this is a visual on gloving, and how many of you have needed to use gloves already for maybe coming in contact with blood? Okay, I see a few hands. Did you feel comfortable being able to take them off, or were you a little nervous about taking them off with the blood on them? No? Okay. So we're gonna, I think there's a video as well. I know it's a lot of videos, I'm sorry, and it's after lunch, but a lot of you are visual learners too, you need to see it. So I can tell you how to do it, but it's better if you watch somebody do it. This is a short video again.
In this video, you will learn how to reduce the risk of exposing yourself to infectious disease.
In this video,
while removing your
you will learn how
gloves.
to reduce the risk of exposing
This
yourself
applies to personnel who may encounter
removing
people, objects, or surfaces potentially
This applies
contaminated
to
with
personnel
infectious
who may
virus,
encounter people,
blood, or
objects, or
body.
services potentially
Here's one way to
contaminated with
safely
infectious
remove your
virus,
gloves.
blood, or
First,
body.
pinch the thumb
Here's
and
one way
forefinger
to
together
safely
on
remove
both
your
of your
gloves.
hands.
First, pinch the
Then,
thumb and forefinger
reach over
together
and
on
pinch
both
the outside cuff at the wrist or palm of your first glove
reach over
while being
and pinch
careful
the
not to
outside
touch the
cuff at the
skin of
wrist
your
or
wrist.
palm of your first glove while being
Slowly
careful
peel the
not
first
to
glove
touch the
off,
skin of your wrist.
continually exposing the interior of the glove
Slowly
as
peel
you
the first
go.
glove off, continually exposing
When the
the
first glove is
interior
half off,
as you go.
start removing the second glove Using the clean
First glove
interior
is
of the
half
first
on.
glove to peel
Start
back the
removing the
cuff
second
at the
glove
wrist.
using the clean interior of the first
Touching
glove
only the
to peel
clean
back the
interiors
cuff
of the
at the
gloves.
wrist.
Remove both gloves completely.
Touching only the clean interiors of the gloves.
Finally,
remove both
carefully
gloves.
dispose of the gloves in the provided waste bin.
Finally, carefully
Thank you
dispose
for
of
your
the
commitment
gloves
to the
in
health and
provided waste
safety
bin.
of our community.
Okay, so we use gloves for a lot of things in the classroom, when we're diapering, when we're serving food. What are some other reasons why we would use gloves? Okay, lice check, very good. Anyone else? Anything else you use gloves? Yes? Cleaning waste, very good. So we saw when there might be a potential of bodily fluid on a surface, we want to use gloves to clean that up, not our bare hands. So those are just some of the reasons why we would use gloves. And then so the first aid kits that you have in your classroom, they're in your backpacks. This year we have black and red for OG. So the backpack is not going to be yellow anymore in some of the classrooms. Just something to look out for. And then for NG, I know they're still yellow and red. And then those will be restocked monthly or as needed. If you run low on something that month, please reach out to us so we can get those restocked for you. And then the bloodborne pathogen kits are one-time use only. Almost done. So this is everything that's in your first aid kit. In your classroom, you have everything that you need to take care of minor cuts and bruises, minor scrapes. So you have basically everything that's in here. And then please go through it, get familiar with it. You don't want to come to an emergency and then wonder if you have some of these things in your classroom. And then you have your Red Z. This is important for, this is, I want to talk about this after lunch, but, we have people's lunch comes back up. Or you might have a child that has an accident in the classroom. You don't have to clean that up with a paper towel. You have Red Z that you can spill on it. It turns into a solid, and then you can sweep it up, throw it away. So it's a lot easier to clean up. Okay. So Oxivir is something that we have for you to be able to clean up these spills. It's very efficient in killing and disinfecting. So please use this along with your soap and water routine for those surfaces like the restroom or when there's an incident. Okay, and then we also have required health and dental emergency plans. Okay, so these are our plans. They should be posted in your classroom. So what to do in case of an emergency. You want to call 911 and the parents, so please keep those emergency cards up to date. It's a good practice to ask the parent monthly if they have changed their number, if there's somebody that they want to take out of the card, to add somebody in, things like that change all the time. You want to use your kids, and then you want to accompany the child in the ambulance. You want to have a designated teacher have a plan. In case of an emergency, if you have a child with EpiPen, who's going to go to the hospital with that child if the parent doesn't arrive on time? So please have a plan together with your team at your site for emergencies. The same with dental. Okay, and so I'm going to bring up Aurelia. She's going to talk about civil rights. It's also a required training.
Does anybody know what civil rights is? Nobody? Okay. Well, we're going to see a short video about civil rights when it comes to the food program and it also goes with other departments as well. It's like 9 minutes.
Welcome to the CACFP Administration Civil Rights Training. Today, we will be taking a quick look at the CACFP Civil Rights Program. Let's get started.
Our civil rights laws, dating back to the Civil Rights Act of 1964,
its purpose is to promote a more abiding commitment to freedom, a more constant pursuit of justice, and a deeper respect for human dignity.
guarantee equal protection for all citizens regardless of race, national origin, sex, disability, age, or religion. In this short training, you will learn how to appropriately follow these laws so that the integrity and rights of families served in your Meet Up and Eat Up Summer Food Service program are protected. We'll cover a variety of steps and strategies to ensure your Meet Up and Eat Up program represents equal opportunity and justice for all every day, including advertising to your community about their equal opportunity to program benefits, surveying your participants to ensure the entire community has access and is being served, accommodating all participants regardless of disability or other barriers like limited English proficiency, and responding to and resolving civil rights complaints and violations. Let's start at the beginning with advertising your program. The details of your meal program must be openly communicated to the public. Each site must post an "And Justice for All" poster in a public space in your building, which lets people know that you're serving meals to kids and will protect their rights. Distributing flyers, posting yard signs, and taking out advertisements in local papers is also effective. It's also important when advertising the meal program through flyers or other materials to let folks know this institution is an equal opportunity provider. This statement can go anywhere on your flyers, as long as it's not the smallest print on the page. These two statements summarize a commitment to civil rights in a concise and consistent way. It all comes down to equal opportunity and justice for all. With the help of your sponsor's monitor, you'll need to record who's participating in your Meet Up and Eat Up SFSP program using the race and ethnicity data form. Child nutrition programs remain fair and equal by recording the race and ethnicity of participants. These reports are then cross-checked with area eligibility data to verify the community is being served openly and honestly. Racial and ethnic data can be collected through observation, but if you're unsure, don't be afraid to ask a child to self-identify in a respectful way. It's important to have a plan for participants who may not speak English as their primary language or who have limited English proficiency. If you know your community has families with limited English proficiency, try to recruit volunteers that speak other common languages. Be sure to have any information like menus and operating hours in multiple languages as well. Meet Up and Eat Up sponsors can provide flyers in Spanish and Arabic upon your request, and can work with you to accommodate other languages as well. To find out more about which languages are spoken in your community and how you can accommodate families that speak them, visit lep.gov. Overall, if you treat LEP speakers in the same way you would a native English speaker, you're doing the right thing. Your program's success depends on how well you accommodate a family's need. Individuals with disabilities are welcomed and encouraged to attend Meet Up and Eat Up programs. An equal effort must be made to accommodate all disabilities encountered, from food allergies to special physical abilities. Remember equal opportunity and justice for all. The disparate or unequal treatment of program participants is a direct violation of civil rights. However, even when you're doing your best to protect against intentional discrimination, disparate impact might occur. Disparate impact, or unintentional discrimination, occurs when a rule or procedure causes a certain group to be treated unequally. Any type of discrimination, intentional or unintentional, could result in a complaint. Everyone has the right to file a report if they feel they have been treated unequally, despite your best efforts to protect their civil rights. All complaints must be recorded, reported, and resolved, no matter the form of grievance. If a patron approaches you with a complaint, try to discuss and resolve the issue by explaining your commitment to equal opportunity and justice for all. If that doesn't work, a USDA civil rights complaint form can be filed for up to 180 days. The formal complaint must be submitted to your authorizing state agency within 5 days. Be sure to contact your sponsor right away in the event of a complaint. They will be able to help you record and report the issue. Ultimately, things will be resolved by your state agency. If a civil rights violation occurs at your program, or even if it doesn't, you may receive some official visitors from the state. These official visitors will review the civil rights practices at your program and will recommend corrective actions if anything is being done incorrectly. If you do receive a corrective action, don't panic. You will be given time and support to implement a solution, If you choose not to solve an identified violation, you will no longer be able to serve meals. We've talked about a lot today. Advertising so everyone in the community is equally informed about the benefits of your program. Surveying your participants to ensure the entire community has access and is being served. Accommodating all participants regardless of disability or other barriers like limited English proficiency. And responding to and resolving civil rights complaints and violations. All of these steps and strategies will lead to a general protection of civil rights at your site. But remember, life happens in the gray area. You might encounter situations you're not sure how to deal with, and in those situations it will be important to remember. Civil rights is about equal opportunity, access, and justice for all. Your participants are your customers. Treat them the way you would want to be treated, and accommodate them to the best of your ability. In the face of conflict, try to remain calm and call upon your sponsor for support in resolving disputes. Good luck out there. You have a tremendous opportunity to serve your community and be an example of equal opportunity and justice for all.
Okay, I have a couple of questions if you guys are paying attention. What civil rights guarantees equal? There were 6 of them. Does anybody remember them? 1 or 2? Yes. Yes. Disability is a big one. Okay. Yes. 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 Yes, thank you. So, how many days does a parent have to make a complaint? Up to how many days? That is correct. 180 days. Civil rights is about equal opportunity, access, and justice for all. And to reiterate, what is, if you treat others how you want to be treated, right? So we're going to give them 100% customer service. So are we going to turn away a child that has some type of a disability? No, because then we'll be violating our civil rights. Do we have any questions? All right, thank you. Ms. Miller.
Thanks. I just want you all to know that during this upcoming school year, Aurelia will be coming out to the centers to monitor, to make sure that we do have the postings up, and then if you have any other questions or whatnot, she will definitely be available to help and assist. Are there any other questions that you all may have?
I just have to make a comment. We do not apologize for the fact that we're trying to be safe. So although it may seem inconvenient, and my staff has been very graciously apologizing for this information, this is a required training. And so I need you guys to pay attention. I know several of you have walked out. I'm going to need those people to make sure that they watch the video. I do not need any city staff. I have enough already. So there's no apologies. We need to be safe, and we need to keep each other safe. Okay? Yes. All right.
All right, any question?
Is it okay for them to continue reading on their phone? Would that be allowed? They take the, the 48 or 24 hours so they can run it home?
It has to be taken at the site, and we give them the test, and then they have to take it and show it to us there.
There is a couple of things though. If we do the, like we did last year where we provided the testings, that one is allowed because they're getting the results from the lab. So that's the one you're referring to?
Saturday, go to the doctor, take it, and bring it to us on Monday. It's not allowed on their phone to show us that they do take it.
Right, that one is allowed.
The one from home, no, but the one, yeah, if they're getting it from their physician, I'm gonna also ask if LaShawn here. So LaShawn stepped out a minute.
But it is, yeah, what we're looking at, like we did last year, we had the testing, community testing done. And what had happened, especially for those that are new, what had happened, we have strongly encouraged our families to go to those testing sites to get the testing done. And if they did that on a Saturday within 48 hours, they were able to get the results and they brought the results to us, and we showed it to the site. That is because we did it at a licensed facility, a lab. Now, the home testing, no. Those home testings like we did with you all today, yesterday, that's not allowed. That has to be done in our site during the time they bring the children to the center.
And the only reason we did that was because within our communities, there were very limited testing sites. So we do not have that right now, but if we find that our parents come to us and tell us, look, we can't find a location to be tested, then I will ask Joseph to go back and get that collaborator to come in. But that was the only reason we did that. They were just not close to our community.
And we are in the process of getting that set up again. So it would be available and accessible and easier, for the families to help move through the process when we talk about bringing our children back to the center. Is there another question? Okay, you can meet me halfway so everybody can hear.
So what about when a student is already 5 years old and the parent's like, well, my child's vaccinated, they don't need to be tested? What is our answer to that?
On the first day that the child comes to the center, they will be tested. Just like we are vaccinated and we were tested, we've been vaccinated and we did the test, the same thing would apply there. On the first day that the child comes to the site.
Yes, and that, if you look at the news, the CDC is saying, because of so many variants, even though you're vaccinated, we still have to continue to test. Unfortunately, even with some of these tests, it's not catching all the variants.
All right, any other questions? Meet me halfway. Meet me halfway. Meet me halfway.
So, you said when they first come, they test, are they gonna be consistently tested every morning on Monday, or just when they enter on the first day?
Okay, on the first day that they come to the site, they will be tested. So if we open on Monday and the child did not come on Monday, when they come on Tuesday, they will be tested. Okay? Okay? Yes, right now we're doing at least for the month of August, every Monday or the first day of the week.
So I think I heard about the question about PCR testing. Yes, we are bringing them back for this Saturday. The email blast is going out to our parents, especially those who are on the accepted list. We'll be announcing it again at parent orientation so that parents have the opportunity to sign up. And it'll be at 2 locations, Dollarhide and Hawthorne, from 8:30 a.m. to 12 p.m. So if any parents would rather feel more secure doing the PCR testing, get an email results, show it to you on the first day of school, and it's good for up to 72 hours. So that still hasn't changed. We're going to be bringing that back at least for the first few weeks of school.
All right, any other questions? All right, I did my dance, I did my walk around.
All right, let's go to the next video. Who remembers this video?
Oh, there's a question? Somebody has a hand up? Meet me, come meet me. Come meet me. Come meet me, come, yes, come.
It's true, it's just that parents, they would take the PCR test on Saturdays, but they wouldn't get the results, so they would have to take it on Monday. So what are you doing to ensure they get the results?
I think we've got better at that. So Joseph, where are you?
Okay, so the question was about some parents not receiving information. So 2 things happen when they sign up for the PCR testing. They provide us with their email address. There were some instances where we got some inaccurate email addresses. There were some instances where that did happen. There was like a no read. So it's also important that when they do the sample size, they get an accurate sample, because then it makes sure that they're able to get a read on it. So when those things happen, we are trying to make ourselves available on that Monday morning to reach out or email those parents that didn't have a result. So we're trying our best to get as many communications to the parents in a timely manner. We actually upped the response time this year. They're going to be responding within about 24 hours, where last year it was like a 2-day notice, and they were kind of finding out just before school. So they have enhanced that, they have improved it, but it's also about the registration. The way they sign up using the QR code is going to be important. So we're going to give all these instructions to the parents when they walk up, but it's important that they also follow the instructions so that they're able to get the results in a timely manner.
Staff can also participate. You and your families are eligible to do so.
So if you feel you need to participate in this PCR community event, please do so. It's open to anybody within the community. And I know I've had some teachers say, oh, well, I'd like to take my grandfather. Yes, do so. Sign up using just like if you were a parent. Any other questions?
Hi! Welcome to Crystal Stairs Head Start. We are so excited to have you children and parents to come and take a look at all the wonderful changes we've put in place to be ready for you to return to school. Please take this opportunity to watch this video together as a family. Over this past year, Crystal Stairs Head Start has placed a great deal of thought, research, and investment in your child's safe return to in-person learning. Research shows that children learn best when interacting with their peers in a safe, caring environment where their natural curiosities are engaged by their teachers. Crystal Stairs has aligned our safety strategies with the Los Angeles Department of Public Health and CDC guidance. Please walk through these new safety protocols with us as we demonstrate our highest standards for your child and our continued commitment to quality learning environments for children. We know that you have many choices for your child's education, but we are confident that Crystal Stairs is the superior option. Want to see what we're doing? Well, count to 10 with us. 1. Cleaning and disinfecting. First, OmniShield. OmniShield is a germicidal protective agent that is secondary to our normal cleaning practices. OmniShield is used on all surfaces. It is effective against 99.99% bacteria and viruses. It is applied in 60-day intervals. However, it is effective for 90 days, even against COVID-19. And no worries, this product is EPA safe, food grade safe for school and hospital use. 2. Temperature check stations. At every center, we've added these temperature stations, which have facial recognition software that is able to detect temperatures from a distance. All staff take their temperatures and complete a health and safety survey daily, first at home, prior to leaving for work, and again once they've arrived. This information is verified by the site supervisor. This ensures they are symptom-free and have had no exposure to COVID-19 and are able to work with your child and family. Each morning, parents will receive a text from Learning Genie. This text is a health and safety screener that every family will complete daily to ensure that every member of the family is healthy and ready for school. The daily health and safety check seeks to identify any health risks that may put other children at risk and to make sure that the child is indeed able to attend school for the day. 3. Safety signage. We've added signage throughout the sites to remind everyone to keep their mask on at all times and to remind us to maintain 6 feet of distancing, as well as other health and safety signage. Here you can see that we've made some changes to the classroom environment for your child's safety. Classroom groups will be restricted to no more than 10 children and 3 adults. We have reduced the size of each play space so that there's 1 to 2 children limited. This will help us maintain the recommended 6 feet distance between students. The signs in each area will help the children to determine when the capacity limit has been met and whether they can play in that area or choose another one. All cubbies are labeled with each child's name, and clear plastic containers will contain their belongings. 4. Table dividers. Clear plastic table dividers will allow for each child to sit safely and eat meals while shielding them from the child sitting next to them. These are sneeze guards to maintain distance and to keep every child safe. 5. Individual meals. Meals will be individually wrapped and served to the children. There will be no more family style at this time. Hand washing is a part of our daily routine. Children practice safe hand washing practices, which includes washing for 20 full seconds. Children are encouraged to eat all components of the meal and feed themselves while engaging in positive food-related conversation. This will foster independence and enhance language development. Family-style meal service will not be practiced during COVID-19 restrictions. 6. Only staff permitted in classrooms. Low ratios will be maintained during COVID-19 restrictions. There will be 1 teacher for every 5 students in the classroom minimally. 7. Valet drop-off and pickup. We've added valet-style drop-off and pickup for your safety. Drop-off and pickup will now be done valet-style at every site. This will allow us to limit the amount of adults in the school. 8. Paperless sign-in and out. A paperless sign-in and sign-out process will be implemented at all sites. Each parent will be required to sign an iPad from their car as they pick up and drop off their child daily. The teacher will gain information necessary to complete the daily health and safety check during the drop-off time, and every child's temperature will be taken at the temperature station. Similar to the drop-off process, our pickup process is also contact-free. Say goodbye! 9. Napping safety professional laundry services. Nap items will be stored in clear sealable containers, and every cot is disinfected after each use. Children will sleep in their designated areas, and children are placed in a head-to-toe rotation. Each child has their own bedding provided by the agency. No nap time items from home will be permitted. The agency will be responsible for laundering all bedding and linen. 10. Define play areas with occupancy limits. Each of our play centers are labeled by occupancy, either 1 or 2 children at a time, in order to maintain 6 feet distance. A child will walk into a center and notice that there's more than the occupancy number. Then choose another play area of their interest. Again, all play areas and even toys are covered with our OmniShield protectant. Again, we would like to welcome back our existing families. If you are considering enrolling your child in any one of our amazing campuses, please contact us at 323-421-1100. Thank you for watching this video. Crystal Stairs has taken every precaution to ensure your child and your safety during school hours. We've missed you as much as you've missed us. So again, thank you for watching, and we can't wait to see you soon. Alright, but you get the point, right? Safety processing. Isaac, did he make that video? Yeah, Isaac was awesome. And that was not despite his part, because my Thank you, Isaac. Okay, so that was just an overview of some of the things we still have in place. Your education team will talk to you about some restrictions that we've lightened. One of which that I've seen was the occupation limits, I think, a couple other things. But we'll talk about those, but you get the idea. We're going to do a lot of the same safety restrictions like COVID all over, the virus, no?
Kids are not vaccinated.
Oh, that's good. Yes, and we tried. So what has happened since you guys left? What has happened? What major thing has happened since you guys left?
Monkeypox.
Monkeypox, that's one thing. Yeah, absolutely. What other thing? New variant children's vaccine. All right, yes, children's vaccine. We are able to vaccinate children at what age? 6 months to 5 years. That's what we've been waiting for, right? Our parents doing it? They're not doing it. I mean, it's a personal choice for the parent. We understand want to educate parents so they can make the correct choices, but we still have to take precautions until we have either mandates in the state and every child is vaccinated, or something happens great and COVID is no more, okay? Which is possible, right? So until all that happens, we will maintain our precautions, yeah? Be safe. All right, what is this? What is it? So this is our annual campaign. How many of you guys have done this campaign for the last 5 years? 5 years? Yeah? How many of you done it 4 years? 3 years? 2 years? Okay. How many have never seen the annual safety and supervision campaign happen at the sites? Okay, all right. So we're going to do just an overview because I'm going to get detailed information with each content area, and I guess family services is going to be a separate one. But the first thing that you have to understand is our safety campaign is a department-wide campaign. It is all hands on deck, right? It happens the first. Does anybody know when we do it? 4 weeks, first 4 weeks of school. Why do we do that? We do it because statistics show and data shows that when there's a major lapse in supervision, it's happening in the first couple weeks of school. You know that? Based on data, based on facts, evidence, nationwide. And it's usually, what age? 3 to 5. But those 3-year-olds are the ones named our manual. And it usually happens the first week or 2. Why does it happen? Why do you think that happens? Why is a child, why does it happen? Huh?
Separation is not.
Speak out. Separation anxiety. I don't want to be here. Who are you? You're a stranger. What else? What other reasons?
Someone said it.
First time out of the house. First time they go anywhere where their mom goes with them and then turns around and goes the opposite way that they're going. They're like, okay, we're leaving now. No, we're not leaving. So it is natural. One thing and I want to tell you, the reason why we started the annual safety and supervision campaign, can anybody tell me why? I'll let you all know. Why did we do it? We had a child who walked out of our space. One of the scariest days in my entire life. Right? That's your life, right? So my Gloria was there. She saw the panic in Laura and I's eyes. See, Gloria, we were all panicked, right? So, what happened was, and I'll give you a quick overview, there was a 3-year-old, second day of school or first day? First day. First day of school, her mom drops her off. There's a little miscommunication between the teachers. They were not talking to each other. They were, okay, come on teachers. They were mad at each other. I don't want to be in her class. I like my old teacher TA. Who is she? She doesn't clean like I like to clean. She doesn't do the, you know how we get, right? So, and that happened, and there was no conversation, and the child, there for the first day, parents leave out the door. She sees the way mom leaves. She's been living that community since she was born. Mom and her walk past the school. Mom points out, when you get old enough, you're going to go to that school right there. She's like, okay, all right, it's right there. I see every day she sees the school she's going to. Look out the door of that building right there. That's the school. That's about the distance the child was from her house, her front porch, to her school. So she knew exactly where she was, right? So there was a couple failures. Teachers weren't communicating. What was the other failure? Who left the door open? No? The food delivery person. A vendor. He gets up, door slammed, then closed all the way. But you know what's wrong here? Because I gotta go do my other stuff and deliver the other stuff, right? The teachers are not talking. One teacher's at the table, they're doing food. Other teachers got circled because the children are leaving the food area and they're doing it in circles. This child is at the door from the table to the and they're not doing call, that's why. I'm gonna talk to her. I didn't like her. Where's my other teacher? They should have moved me. Whatever it was. Right? And the child walks past from the food table, past a certain time, out the door. Through the gate, through the other gate, crosses the street, walks down the street, 178 feet, Laura, was it? 178 feet from school. Oh, what you see right there, right? To her house, climbs the fence, walks over to the door, knocks on the door. Auntie or somebody was home, lets her in. How do we know? Because she told licensing when they came down, exactly, licensing took her to the street. Well, what happened? Let me tell you what happened. There's my house. I walked out, so you get in, that's your house. Well, what you do? I walked over here, then what you do? I walked across the street, then what you do? Then what you do? Child told her exactly what happened. Exactly. Very smart 3-year-old, right? Those are ones, okay? Those are ones, so we want to make sure. So what did we do? We threw everything at it. We threw everything at it. I used everything I know about early childhood, safety, supervision, facilities, everything at it, and so did Laura. So that's where we got the A-phones. That's where we got the double gates. That's where we got the safety and supervision campaign. We have a lot of things in place that was, that is precautionary so that that doesn't happen. But it still can happen, right? If we are not, the thing about history is it's important to learn your history, right? Why is it important to know the history? So you don't repeat it. Okay, so you got the history. You guys understand what happened?
There was only one thing to tell them about when we were looking for it. They called me up. It was my first day on this job.
No, it was your first, I think it was your second week.
That's right.
Second week.
Day.
Yeah.
And we asked her, well, what does she look like? I'm mom was like, I don't know. We couldn't figure out what the child looked like.
They were running around. There was the site supervisor was here. She could tell you more about what happened. But they were looking like crazy for the little girl. They're calling the numbers on the list, and then the parents, thank God that we got the parents we had. Thank God it wasn't me that was there. To be honest. You know, it would have been a total, anyway. We got the parent we got, very understanding. So they were looking like crazy. It took them, help me out, how many minutes was it before we found out where the child was? Was it 20? Something like that. Long time. I drove from Lancaster. I found out when I was at home. And I drove here to Delray. And Laura was already there. So it was Laura's brand new job. You can imagine her panic. So anyway, it took us a long time to find the child. We got a type A violation. We should have. We had to recompete for our competition. Recompete for our grant. So we had to write a grant like crazy because many other grantees wanted that area. We won the grant because of all of the precautions that we were able to put in place and because we never repeated something like that again. As a matter of fact, after that point, we had no more any violations for many years. We just got our first Type B, I think, last year.
And we're not going to have another one.
No.
Right?
Right.
They drilled us like we was in the army, and we was in the army for real. They was not playing with us. We all wanted our job, so everybody did what they're supposed to do. But we got drilled like I don't know what.
Safety supervision was every agenda. All the site supervisors had to train their staff weekly and had to show proof of training on their sign-in sheets. We had a whole, if we tell you the plan we had to put together in place so that didn't happen again. But so what we've done now, one part of it, so you see some of the things, right? Because we have A phones, we have systems for the whiteboards, and we do active supervision, we train on it. And it is a part of their training plan with your site supervisors on an ongoing basis. It's supposed to be a part of many of your conversations, right? So that there's no failures, right? We can't have any areas or opportunities for failure. All right, the annual safety and supervision campaign, all hands on deck. We wear our, right? It's for first 4 weeks, we said that. And then the first week, every day, right? Yeah. That means our admin, directors, managers, supervisors, coordinators, everybody's at the sites. Everybody's making sure that the signs are up, that the schedule's being maintained, that the people are supposed to be there are there, people are at the gate. There's hand-to-hand exchanges with the children. So that'll happen. This next week will be the first week, it's a full week. We're going to send out the schedule this week. Supervision is our mission. All hands on deck t-shirts. First week, third and the fourth week. What day do we do it? Mondays. I haven't checked. There may be a holiday in there, usually is. And then if it's on the holidays on Monday, we do it on Tuesday. Okay? All right. Next slide. Our t-shirts this year. They should be here this week. We'll get them out to the side. We've got a different change. You guys see our logo? Yes. That's our new safety campaign logo. Isn't that cool? Thanks to Isaac. Isaac's a man. I love that. The logo's so cute. Jackie always thinks me about that owl. Who did that owl? But now the owl is more friendly. And maybe that's how our friends. That's an owl preschool going on there. All right, very cute. Okay.
So I want you to go to your program guide, it's in your program guide. And there's two things I know we will continue to tell you. Because this is very, very important.
Not only to me, I will never ever go through that again. And I don't ever want to feel anybody, I would hate to put any teaching staff, any FSA, any health assistant who was there with me saw a tear on my face when we did not know where that child was. That was the scariest thing in my career. So there's just two things that I just want to make sure that we reinforce. One, I need you to make sure you are aware of what's happening in the environment. And like Lashana said, we do have distraction, whether it's between relationships, whether it's overwhelming. I need you to be as aware as you can of what's happening. Somebody left the door open, you need to anticipate it. Just be aware. Put your cell phones away, at least until the children get used to it. The other thing that I want you to make sure is I need you to get to know the children. I need you to be able to look at them and know that the child has black hair, he's about this high, he's wearing this kind of clothes. Please, I need you to get to know the parents that are coming in. And it bothers me when I'll tell a parent, I say, well, who's your teacher? And they can't tell me. That's sad. So I need you to make sure you present yourself and say, I am teacher so-and-so, I am the FSA for so-and-so, I am the health assistant for so-and-so. They need to know who you are, and you need to know who they are. And last year when I would go out to the centers, I still had parents tell me, oh, I don't know my teacher's name. She just looks like this. So please make an effort to get to know your parents. Get to know your children. Who's coming in and who's going out. Okay. Everything else on here you talked about yesterday, so I don't think we need to be able to review all of this. But those are the really, really big keys. We can prepare the environment as safe as possible, but I cannot control your actions. Only you can.
Thank you. It's very important to the director. Why? Who had to go to the licensing conference to beg for our forgiveness? Yeah. So we want to make sure, so at least
I have to say this. It was the hardest thing for me to sit there and tell these teachers that they were fired. One who had been working in Head Start for 40 years, and another one 10 years, and who were great teachers. They were awesome teachers, very qualified, very prepared, but because of what their actions right there, failed to complete what they had. That was the hardest thing to do.
I'm going to tell you that was a part of the devastation for me too, is knowing the heart-wrenching feeling that teacher must have felt. Being a legacy, somebody who's been in the Jackie didn't tell me not to say legacy. Okay, so being a seasoned teacher, who, for 40 years something like this happens to them. It's a nightmare. So these are the things, we want to be proactive, right? So we don't have to be reactive, right? So these are the things, so some of the things we put in place was what Laura talked about, what I talked about before. We do photos, so that's a part of the plan. The teachers taking pictures. We have a sign out so we can know what the child looks like. We're doing hand-to-hand trade-offs with the children and the parents. We don't just send children out, and actually it's better now while we do the valet, because we're literally putting the child in the car, so that actually makes me feel a lot better. I know we'll eventually go back, but. All right, so read this. It goes over the 6 areas for providing active supervision, some of which we talked about: setting up, positioning, scan and count, look and listen, anticipate, engage, and redirect. Anticipate is very important. You know you got a runner? You know as soon as Antoine gets this close to the door, he's going to make for it, so where do you stand? Hi Antoine, how you doing? Right? So Anticipate, big. Okay, so it's in your program guide. We're gonna go over it more in detail. Family services, health, everybody has a very, very important role in this care supervision campaign. All right, mandated reporter. So everyone, this is everyone at Head Start is a mandated reporter. Everybody knows that, right? And all of you have taken the mandated reporter training. Some of you have expired every 2 years. So you need to take the mandated reporter training again. It's something you have to take with community care licensing. Knowing we can't do a big group, we have to have special permission. It takes forever. So individually, those of you who have taken it already, just make sure you turn in your certificate. Those of you who need it, it's free online. You just go to, this is what this is on the website. I just took it right off. That's the link. That's the link right there. Why you should care. Nearly 700,000 children are abused in the U.S. Our children are doing that. How many of you have the report in your community? It's not easy. Something that you take very seriously. But I think before I report, I always have a thought partner. I just want to make sure that you all say, we have partners here, talk to somebody. This is what I'm feeling. Give advice, talk to your supervisor. All right, a report of child abuse is made every 10 seconds. How long is time up here? How many children are experiencing abuse right now, or is being reported? 5 children die every day from child abuse and neglect. This is why it's important. All right, mandated reporter. And this is the standard. Who can read that for me? This is straight from the Head Start Performance Standards. Reporting suspected abuse.
Reporting suspected abuse or neglect can protect the child. It can even save a child's life. Additionally, such reports result in families benefiting from needed social services.
Yeah, a lot of people don't think about that. They think, they're taking the child. No, sometimes it opens up a door for the parent to get desperate and help that they need desperately. Desperately. All right, second part.
All Head Start or other Head Start staff persons are mandated reporters. As mandated reporters, staff members working for Head Start and Early Head Start program are legally obligated to report suspected child abuse or neglect to the appropriate state child protection agency. See below for information about reporting requirements and tribes. You read these? Staff persons are required to report incidents where there is a reasonable suspicion that abuse or neglect has occurred, or there is substantial risk that abuse or neglect may occur, either in the care of a Head Start agency or outside of the program. It is not the responsibility of the staff person of the program to investigate whether abuse or neglect actually occurred, but rather to report probable incidents. In fact, programs and individuals must not attempt to investigate. To do so can jeopardize the accuracy of the official investigation conducted by Child Protective Services. Any employee who is the subject of a reported case of child abuse or neglect must be removed from contact with children during the state investigation and until the charge is fully resolved.
Yeah. So I heard Terry, your manager, or a lot of your managers, put an emphasis on reasonable. Because sometimes, to be honest, we have other reasons why we might think it's happening, but it may not be reasonable. That's why I'm saying it's important to have a thought partner in that situation. All right, next slide. So here's the website. This is right from the website. You're going to click onto that link I just gave you. You can search out mandated reporter CCLD. It'll get you here. The next set. These are free training. You'll click on that one because we are child care providers. We are not school personnel, general training, but we're not looking at them. Okay, everybody know that? You're going to click on that one. I think the class is in 1 hour or 2 hours. 3 hours. 3 hours. So if you talk to your study supervisor, they can help you if where you are, if you have your, they can have your, everybody has their copy of your certificate. They can tell you if you need it or not this year. And if you need it, you can take it during work hours. Don't take it on your own time. Okay?
Just repeat, this is not just teachers only.
No.
We have a lot of, all FSAs.
All staff.
All staff. PAs, you need to take the test.
That was from the Head Start Performance Standard. That said all people who work for Head Start.
Managers, coordinators,
PAs. All right. Yes. No, it's just the child care providers. You have to do the general training too? The second time?
Not the second time. If you've never ever taken it and you have no record on it, it doesn't identify
Nothing,
you,
yeah.
we will send you back to the general training.
It's both? Every time, Michelle?
If it's your first time.
Yes, it's your first time.
If you don't have record in that system,
Yeah.
it will reroute you to the general first for the
Yeah.
4 hours, and then the
Yeah.
transfer afterwards. After that first time, they'll only have you redo a 3-hour child.
Right, yeah. So everyone here, or most of you who are here, have taken both. So if you've taken both and you're redoing after your second year, you're just gonna go to child care providers. If it's the first time ever, both. Okay? And it'll know, you won't be able to take this child care provider if you haven't taken the general, I'll send you that, okay? It takes record of the trainings. All right, next. I think that's it, okay.
We're at the end of pre-service after this presentation. So we just need 45 minutes of your attention. We're going to engage you on some great stuff. Plus, we're going to talk to you about what we've been doing as a team. And that's what those chants are about. Where do you hear it? Sports, on TV, they're anthems. Team approaches is what works. Team successes are how you win. Nobody ever does it by themselves. No one team either. Go ahead to the next one. Next. This is one of my teams. I play baseball. I coach baseball. We just won the championship last year. I'm right there in the middle. Yeah. So, but we're all a team here. The FSA team. Raise your hand, FSAs. The ERSI team. Raise your hand. Education team. What about the health team? Mental health and disabilities. Operations, and out here in this front room. Our water team. And of course, our external affairs team. And our CCP team. Nobody does this on their own. You gotta be able to work together as a team.
Yeah, the new team you forgot it.
What's the other team?
The summer crew.
The summer crew, the teachers of the summer. Do you all know that our summer recruitment team was out there recruiting? And our teachers were getting their, the community led by Connie and the rest. So thank you, Connie and the summer team. I just want to share with you guys, we've been saying Isaac's name a lot today, but the guy's a wizard. We need to give this dude a hand. Isaac and his team in external affairs have done all they can to support us, to give us tools, because we cannot win unless we have tools. We cannot recruit unless we have tools. We cannot succeed unless we have the right tools. So, just real quick, we're going to talk about a little bit of branding. And we want to get everybody on the same page. You know, a lot of you at Wateridge, or maybe some of our FSA team, or even the Hub teams, you've heard about our approaches. But right now we're going to talk a little bit about rebranding, outreach, and recruitment. So again, we always want to be consistent. We have logos, and we have evolving logos, we have new programming, all these things that are exciting that we need to be excited about. And we need to be able to talk about them, just like you've heard Laura and Luciana speak on it. We need to be able to sell that in the community, because ultimately we need to have people in our seats because they need to be in the best program out there, right? But if we have the best program out there and nobody knows about it, it doesn't matter. No. Let's go to the next slide. So, one of the tools that we came up with this year, and we're going to go into a couple of them, is this new approach to selling and telling our story.
Welcome to Crystal Stairs Head Start, a free preschool program for children from birth to age 5. You want the best for your children, and they deserve nothing less. Take a minute to learn about our free, high-quality education, which is provided in a safe environment, in-home or at one of our local Head Start sites.
The main goal for Crystal Stairs Head Start is to help bridge that gap between family, education, the community, and help everybody feel like they are a part of one specific goal. And that is to increase everybody's confidence so they can go out and make life happen. We're here together to help families, children, staff take a front seat in their own development.
We strengthen families, we lift them up, we provide them meaningful resources from education to dental, medical field, anything health, disabilities, and for services, for food, shelter. This is what we do on a regular basis.
Their children are safe in school, they're learning, they're eating, they're getting the best education they can while the families are now working. So Head Start is very important for our community. It's very important for the families as well as the children.
My life before Head Start, it was as a mom. I have a 7-year-old and a 3-year-old. When I brought Vanessa to the program, I was scared. I felt anxious leaving my baby with the hands of an unknown person. Once I drove by, I remember that day specifically, it was really hard for me to bring her. And I know she was ready, but I wasn't ready for it. I brought her, and the way she light up her face and she just went on her way. The moment I realized I was in the right place is when Vanessa just got out of the car. And she waved goodbye to me, and that's when I noticed that she was in the right place at the right time with the right persons.
You guys like that? And just so you know, that's actually one of 2 parts. There's a second part to that video. We shot a lot of footage, but what we realized is that we were telling 2 different stories. We were telling one story about recruitment and letting parents know about our program, and we were also telling parents about working for Crystal Stairs. So you'll see that video soon in the future. But let's give a hand to our stars in the video. And they asked me to call them storytellers because really they told the story. And it wasn't made up either. It was a story that happened at our Century site with the collaboration of education, family services, our processes, and 2 parents who are now employed with us, Mr. Tahaj and Nitsa.
Video, awesome. Is your mind already turning how we can use that video and who we want to show it to and how we want to just include it in everything that we do, all of our presentations, just so that other families who felt exactly the way that Nitsa felt can hear from her, can hear from another parent, and what finally made it okay for her to drive away and leave her daughter at school. So, great job on the video. All right, so you've seen this flyer. It was at your table earlier today, and this is a project that we worked on with an external vendor, and we told them a lot about our program and what we wanted the community to know about our program, and this is what we came up with. This is one of the tools that's going to be in your toolbox, and I want you to focus on the bullet points and being able to come up with your own 30-second elevator speech about what is Crystal Stairs and why should I bring my child to this program. So if you can see up on the top left in the purple, we talk about how we're serving infants to age 5. In the turquoise box, we've got 6 little bullets there. Discover what our program has to offer. Do we have qualified teaching staff? Yes. Do we have convenient locations? Yes. Do we have extended hours for working parents? Yes. How many hours does TK provide? Anybody know?
3.5.
Not as much as us. So we have extended hours. We are serving children of all abilities. We heard a little bit about that terminology earlier today. We have English, Spanish language learning, and we have a balanced curriculum from fine arts to STEM. Those are things that we want our parents to know. These are things that you should be saying to parents when they ask, tell me about Head Start. These are things that you can say. You can also say that we support families with food, shelter, clothing, transportation, and other emergency needs. And then here at the bottom is how to get a hold of us. And if you were listening to your civil rights training, you see that we have a statement, we are an equal opportunity provider. And then down here at the bottom, we have several ways that families can get a hold of us. We are on Facebook, we are on Twitter, we are on Instagram, and then we have a QR code. If you see the QR code at the top right corner, all you have to do is put your phone camera over that QR code, and it will automatically take you to the Crystal Stairs website, to the Head Start page, and our Child Plus application in both English and Spanish. So that is an amazing thing that is available for our families.
One thing we wanted to point out here too is the language matters, right? You heard her say qualified teaching staff. Straight to the point, simple message. You see this narrative right here. You want the best for your children, they deserve nothing less. Our Head Start program offers high quality education in a safe environment. We support your family with food, shelter, clothing, transportation, and other needs. Call our parent hotline, 323-421-1100. Simple, to the point, direct, messaging. So if I'm a parent, or if I'm I want to get involved and I want to help recruit, or if I'm a new staff member but I don't, know the community, I'm not from here, so who do I talk to? This right here is your talking points. And anybody can send it. So after this, I'm going to be emailing everybody this flyer with that basic language in English and Spanish, so that if you did have a parent that was interested, or you had a brand new church collaborator, or an exciting new dental provider in the area, this is how we get involved. This is how you can get involved, and you can support the team and cheer on your team, not just by clapping on the side, but also getting involved and getting in the game.
So Joseph mentioned the talking points, and we've been working on those for a couple of months now, and they're just kind of those catchphrases that we say, or that we hear ourselves saying when we talk about Head Start. So we've started a list, and they are relevant for all content areas. So we talk about potty training and how children don't need to be potty trained to be in Head Start. That's a huge selling point, by the way, because TK does require that children be potty trained. So that's a good talking point. But I will make sure that you have the talking points in front of you so that you can also use those in your elevator pitch that you practice. And then if you have any additional ideas or talking points that we haven't thought of, then you can send those to me and I'll add them to the talking points so that everybody can have access to that. So anytime that you are either helping us at a recruitment event, or you are driving down the street and you see the mom pushing the stroller and you can tell that that's a 3-year-old, you will have the materials and the tools that you need to have a conversation with that parent right there on the spot. Okay, so this is our parent handbook. Super excited. We've been working on this as well. Parents are actually going to have these at the beginning of the school year. That's a really big deal. So we're excited to have those available for you. They're in the final stage of translation and printing right now, but we will have those accessible in English and Spanish for parents the first week of school. All right, so this is our website. So I mentioned how when you scan that QR code, it will take you to our website. So this is our flyer, what it looks like on our website. It's our new flyer. And then over here on the bottom, you see enroll your child today, and then the English application and the Spanish application. So that is what that looks like. And I'd like for you to take out your phones, and if you have Facebook and Instagram, please follow. This is our Instagram page, so this is just an example of our Family Fun Day flyer that was posted so that families would know about that. And then this is our Facebook page. And normally when we have events, I think it's great about posting them as the event is happening so that people can see in real time what it is that we've got going on and they can come on over and join us. So make sure that you follow Crystal Stairs on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and you will be able to, you can make comments, positive comments of course, and you can also share and repost on behalf of Crystal Stairs. All right. All right, so have you ever gone on your phone and let's say that you're looking for a new pair of shoes, and then you go onto your social media or you're on your phone and all of a sudden all these ads for shoes start coming up on your phone and you wonder, how did you know I was looking for shoes? That's called geofencing, and that is something that we are going to start utilizing. So it's something new for us, but basically it's the same thing. If a parent were to Google Head Start and they're in our service area, we're gonna come up. If they Google early childhood, we're gonna come up. If they Google 0 to 3, we're gonna come up. That's the goal. We wanna come up every single time because right now we don't come up. We have some old TRF sites that come up. We have sites that are closed that come up. So it's not accurate. And parents need to be able to Google us and find us and know exactly who we are and what they need to do. We want to make that as easy as possible for every single parent that has interest in enrolling their child. So that's geofencing. I mentioned the talking points that we'll be sharing with you. And as far as eligibility, I've got two things that I want to talk about. One really big thing. The Office of Head Start recently expanded the definition of categorically eligibility. And why is that important? So categorically eligible means that you are eligible for Head Start. You are either a foster child, your family receives TANF, you are homeless, and now the definition includes SNAP. You are a recipient of SNAP. So if a child and a family receive food stamps, CalFresh, SNAP, they are categorically eligible for Head Start. That's a big deal. That's a really big deal because that opens up a whole nother layer of families. These are the families that are a little over income. They make just too much, which really isn't a lot. But for the poverty guidelines that we're held to, they're over. And so a lot of them don't get into our program. But now that we have the flexibility to include SNAP benefit as an eligibility category, now all of these children can come into our program. And based on that. So number one, it lowers the number of over-income families that we serve. And then number two, it also helps us to make sure that families are connected with SNAP, those families that need it. We talked about the food insecurities earlier. And I hope that you've been able to make those connections throughout the day, that you don't hear any one department talk about any one thing, like we're all talking about it at different times during the last 2 days. Yes, LaShawna. Yep. $27 in food stamps a month, and that made them eligible for Head Start. And that is is from the Office of Head Start. That is official. So that's a really big deal, not just for us in California, but for other Head Start programs, mostly for us here in California. So I wanted you to know about that. Yes, and then a couple of other things that we've done since I have you here, I want you to know this because it's important. As far as our selection criteria is concerned, we've done a couple of things over the last 2 years to make sure that we are prioritizing the children who are most in need. So our returning children, the children that are in their 3rd year and they have to reapply, we have to re-verify their income on year 3, a lot of them are now over income, which means we did our job. We got them working, we got them childcare, we did those things, we gave them the resources they needed and they were able to work. But we still want those children in our program. We want them to be able to continue with us and the fabulous teachers that they had. So we give them some additional points so that they will stay with us. That retention, again, we want them to stay. Even if they are a little over income, we still want them to get points towards accepting them into our program. They're a priority for us. Same are the children that transition from EHS to HS, Early Head Start to Head Start. They're a priority. Siblings are a priority. So those are all the children that we want to make sure that we are prioritizing them so that they do show up on the list and they don't get lost in the hundreds and hundreds of other applications that we have. And the other one is children with disabilities, particularly children with identified disabilities. We definitely give them the priority in making sure that they come up. That's how we were able to exceed our disabilities targets last year. So that's selection. And then for those children, we have already accepted children. Many of you already have children waiting for you on the list for your classrooms. But all of the families that have been accepted have already received a letter from Ashley saying, congratulations, welcome to the family, we're so excited to have you. School starts on August 8th. And so those families are already aware of what site their child is going to and what the first day of school is. So, as we continue to accept new families, every family will receive that accepted letter. As a matter of fact, some families even receive them at Family Monday. Ashley had those hard copies, and so she was able to hand deliver some of those to families that came to that event. So that's how we're communicating with families when they've been accepted. And then we're also asking that the FSAs look at that enrollment tracking log and make sure that you're calling all of those families that have been accepted. We want to make sure that they hear your voice. Your returners, if they haven't heard from you over the summer, we want them to hear your voice and know that you are waiting for them to come back. So just like we have this team approach to recruitment and enrollment, parents are a part of our team as well, and we need to include them in our recruitment efforts, and I'll definitely talk a little bit more about that and how we can partner with parents for recruitment.
All right, so we've talked a little bit about flyers. We showed you a little promo video. We talked a little bit about talking points, and did you mention the mailer? Well, we got a mailer that went out earlier. You heard the furniture and the rebranding of the classrooms. So all these tools, all these efforts. But there's one thing that we're always never going to get away from. The agency is a direct services agency. And we are most effective when we're out in the community. So that's just a list of what we're doing this month only. The agency is out in the community, everywhere, right? We got brand new canopies, and we got tablecloths, and we got brand new flyers to use these tools out in the community. And the teams that are involved, who've gone through some our outreach training, are also going to be out in the field recruiting parents and families. So just a little glimpse of what's coming in the month of August and how we're planning to reach full enrollment by the end of October. And then next, wanted to show you, we've been telling you a little bit about Family Fun Day, but just for those of you who've never gotten to feel or experience, or maybe need a refresher, take a quick look at this video.
Is it Connie? She's everywhere. Connie's everywhere. Mm-hmm. Thank you. 40 years in the
we gotta give a lot of credit to for our coordinator, Seneca, for putting that video together from last year. But let's also give a hand to the stars of that video, who's all of you. All the parents, all the parents, and all the children. So, family funding. Why do we do it? It's simple. Keep engaged. Keep transition activities. We have to be able to show people why we are quality and why this is the place for their family. Again, this last one was very positive. We had about 75 families come out to our 2 locations, 250 people, lots of food, lots of fun, lots of activities. And when we polled and surveyed everyone, that's all that they came for. They came for the family atmosphere, they came for the transitional activities, they came for to learn something for their child, and just to keep them engaged in their school. And a lot of the parents are excited to be at the locations where they're at. So that's something that we'll continue to do, possibly in the early new school year. We're definitely going to do some enrollment events. So we're going to support the agency events and find new people. We're going to support our existing families by keeping them engaged, giving them activities, giving them workshops to go to, giving them events to participate in, like our One Voice or any other event that we host throughout the year. And again, these stories are very important. They're your messaging. If you ever want to share or use this, or if you ever need a little bit of inspiration, you don't really need to go too far, right? Okay, so Family Fun Day, we covered that. We talked a little bit about winning. And that's also, again, the message that we're sending to you today again. The team win always feels better than the individual accomplishment. So I challenge every one of you today to really look at what you've done, what you've never done, or what you've always done, and see, is there something you can do? Is there an idea? Is there a conversation? Is there a what if? Is there a video, right? Is there something that you can do to help us tell our story? We're going to end real quickly on one last video before we kick the mic back over. My scope of work. It's for, what is that? Oh, it was a contract for the security taking over.
Nobody thought we could win at the victory. Nobody thought we could beat the Mighty Mets. Nobody thought we could beat the team who won 101 days. Nobody believed it.
Right. And like my man taught me, when we get fully enrolled, we're going to be dancing in the streets, celebrating our team win, and really just enjoying each other's successes, cheering each other on, embracing this task that we're all doing together collectively. Let's go out and win another championship.
So we're going to need everybody to become full enrolled. Some centers are almost there and some centers have been challenged. When you meet with your hubs, and like I said, mentioned to you already, we will give you a status. But again, it's really about now engaging all of you and all the parents that are there to become fully enrolled at every single location.